Hát amikor ott voltunk a Tóth Balázsnál. Emlékszel?
Nem. Olyan régi asztali para volt?
Persze.
Mi?
Nem emlékszel? Kértük, hogy töltse le, hogy játszunk vele. Igen. Aztán letöltötte, de mondtuk neki, ne lépjél be. Mondta, jó. Letöltötte,
nem
utána...
más játékkal
Én
volt?
kijátszottam benne.
Nem, az másik játék volt.
Nem, Stanley Parable volt.
A Stanley Parable az olyan régi.
Igen.
Mármint nem ennyire régi a Stanley Parable volt. Ennyire régi a Stanley Parable volt.
Igen. Persze.
Hát de akkor meg ott laktunk a izérrel, nem?
Enter the current time. Jézusom, azt miért kell? Hát miért nem tudod? 22.04.
Biztos is valami vidéket akar csinálni. Paráztatni akar minket.
Hát de...
Te nézed?
Ó, várja. PM, ugye? PM.
Igen, az a este a PM az a nappal, nem? Az a baj, hogy európaiak.
Így jó.
Biztos? 10 óra 5 percig.
Igen. Jó. És ez miért fontos?
Hát ez biztos lesznek dolgok, amivel szopatni fog minket.
Hát de miért nem tudja, hogy mennyi az idő?
Az is igaz. Nem értem.
Hát a para. Jó, kezdjük el.
Te léptél be izébe?
Mibe?
Nézni a...
Igen, én beléptem, hogy működik el. The end is never the end. Igen.
Loading never.
Jó van.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Most aztán lejjebb.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-winning, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Mi volt eddig?
Hát elmondták az elejét, hogy mindig azt csináltam, hogy
Igen, melyik gombot, meddig
melyiket, meg ilyenek, utána meg mondták, hogy
órát nézik meg.
nem annyi az idő, mint amelynek kéne lennie. Nem annyi. Utána mondta,
Bár
hogy...
nem viszont irodába.
Jó. Utána mondta, hogy most nem kapott ordert, szóval...
Ugye azt mondja, hogy van valami?
Mi?
A piros telefon.
X-el nyomkodok, de mindennek ugyan a hangja van. Oké.
Irattartók.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Kikapcsoltam valami.
Úti mi ez a... I like...
I like work. I just
I
hate my boss.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Akkor is megfogdosunk minden.
Igen, kormány nyert.
Ha már, azért folytassuk a fogdósást.
Nem tudunk innen kimenni. Négy 20.
Mögléket olvassuk el. 4-20. Még a 4-20-ba. Próbáljunk be.
Nem engem.
Még. Ciao.
Oh. Hate Monday.
Ja, ezek a tipikus szövegek, nem? Irodai szövegek után. Amúgy tényleg, irodában dolgoztak egy héten.
Ja, itt választottunk, hogy hol megyünk, merre megyünk. Csináljunk azt, amit mond.
Lehet, hogy eleinte meg azt kéne. Vagy nem tudom. Ahogy gondolod?
Csináljuk azt, amit mond.
Jó.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
With a coworker, how to solve a dispute with a coworker. Az előbb, hogy ne rúgjanak ki a munkáról, vagy mi volt? Employees that everything is okay. See.
Okay.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Igen, azt szereti.
Föl, nézzünk fel. Ott fönt.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Nem, még maradjunk. Ott a fogó, lent.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Még maradjunk.
Semmi.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Nem. Itt maradunk még. Falat nézd meg még.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Nem hiszem.
I never would have thought to mention it.
Akkor is ott a víz, van valami itt a padló vagy valami?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Igen. Az barátaimnak elmondom, hogy a janitor room, vagy hogy hívják.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Nem igaz! Sérteget!
Sérteget meg új narratívát csinál.
Igen.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. In a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? This computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Ja.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Mi? Jó. Na most.
Kimehetünk?
Menjünk.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Menjünk vissza. Menjünk vissza. Szuper.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Jó. Menjünk ki.
Nem engedni ki.
Menjünk be.
Menjünk el odáig, ahol valamit mond.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Azt meg.
Bezárult.
Bírom, hogy Tier 2. Na?
Igen.
Jó, ez tetszett?
Igen, jó van.
Money in the morning, ugye?
Igen.
Money in the evening, money for
Breakfast. Money.
breakfast for
Trips.
Hallgatott, idegesítettük szerintem izével.
Igen.
De nekem tetszett.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
8:45.
De mi nem tudhattuk ezt.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Most csak felfelé nyomtuk valamit.
Nem tudom. Ez valami új terület.
Loading. Eddig tetszik?
Nekem is.
Tetszett az izé. Biztos, hogy a barátainak tud mondani
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Mind Control Facility, SQ.
Menjünk.
De várjál, a Mind
This passageway
Control.
had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ne, menjünk vissza.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Várjál, ne, menj vissza.
Hova?
Oda, a vajonod nem.
Nope, still on board with death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Brandis. Never end is never end is loading never.
Then this never the end.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Most szan.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh, túléltünk.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Ó, tehát Stanley halott? Eleve?
Lehet.
Nem, azt mondta?
Igen.
Mert a kezdetek óta halott.
Credit.
Mhm.
This computer. Oké. Emlékszem, hogy csináltuk ezt a Tóth Balázsnál, de ott meghaltunk teljesen.
Mm. Office. És azt mondta, hogy mi mit csinál.
Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you?
No, that's in outtakes.
Yeah.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's...
Hogy jutok innen ki? Countdown desk.
One of the desks for an early version. Mi van? Nem tudom. Mi van ott?
Ott.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation.
Me?
There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't...
Bekerültünk egy ilyen fura szobába.
Igen, meg azt mondja, hogy kapcsolt ki a PS.
Igen, téged mondtam.
Igen. Azt mondta. Akkor most tényleg meghaltunk. Akkor azt kellett volna, hogy tényleg kikapcsoljuk a PS-t, és akkor ez egy ending.
Nem tudom, lehet.
Mondta, hogy meg azt mondta, hogy those two.
Hát a
Vagy a
narrátor,
halászor.
meg a
Igen,
Stanley.
de-
Ja, hogy mi?
Igen. Look at those two. Picsába.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Na más?
Na hát itt még van pár dolgot megnézhetünk.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
Not
of
getting
disbelief,
Várja ide.
Stanley decided to go, oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Tudom, hogy kurva vicces nekem.
Menjünk
Jó,
ki?
ne, éveszkedjünk. Fogjuk még élni.
Szerintem nem, szerintem itt már nem mond semmi.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
Nem,
boss's
le.
office.
Nem, menjünk. Nézzük meg még az izét
Igen,
aztán.
de hogy mondja, hogy walk up, és ha lemennénk.
Igen, ez a lényege, de előtte nézzük meg ezt.
Jó.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly...
Várj, még ne írva 2845-öt.
Már?
2845, de nézzük meg még ezért a
Beírom. Előtte.
Jó.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Képek?
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Na. Ez az ajtó?
Mi legyen? Föl?
Szerintem csak lefelé tud menni. Tehát ugye a felsőt mondtam most, de az alsó világít.
Mit akartam? Mi legyen most? Most megpróbáljuk a PS kikapcsolósat, vagy?
De nem hiszem, hogy az jó ötlet
De
lenne.
arra menjünk most?
Nem hiszem, hogy alapból jó ötlet kikapcsolni a PS-t, miközben játszunk. Nem hiszem, hogy ezt érzékeli, tudod.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door
Melyik
that read
oldalra
Mind
megy?
Control
Erre?
Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's workers. The lives of
427.
427, igen.
to images
Pont
on a
láttam, ott van
screen.
középen.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Hol van?
Ott volt. Azaz.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
No, not again. Oh, come on. No. I'm not blind.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Mi van alul? Ez. Elég jobban, hogy ránézel, de lesz ebbe látni. Nem?
Nem látok rá odáig.
És ide menj hátra. Nem lesz nagyobb, vagy hátra mész?
Nem.
You sure about this?
Igen.
System off.
Igen. Ezt kérte. Nem?
Tudom, mindig hallgatni kell a narrátorra.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Mert ezt mind ő kérte.
Igen.
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
De neki így is megmondták, hogy mit csináljon, szóval...
Igen, pontosan.
Ott a boldog, hogyha megmondják, hogy mit csinál. John, nem?
Hit the game.
Hit the game.
Get your first trophy.
Geci.
Igen. Tetszett így, amikor mondja, ezt pedig halott. Amikor mondja így narrátor.
Igen.
Ilyenek. Szeri halott. Szerintem. Sok minden kiderül, de szerintem minden bullshit. Már az a cerebral a lényeg, hogy az egész...
Merre megyek?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Szerintem,
meeting.
hogy ugrani nem
Perhaps he
tudok.
had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open
You can't jump! Mi a fasz?
What?
De honnan tudta, hogy nem tudok ugrani? Merre menjek?
Most másik oldalon, azt mit mond.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Szép ez a szoba, igen.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ez mi? Ne, menj tovább.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Keres valami. Do not jump for the cargo.
Goes
Yeah.
that.
Look, Stanley, I
Ugorj
think
le.
perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Ugorj le.
I'm not, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Hát ezt beszoptuk.
Ugyan. Jó, akkor nem szabad minden izét. Nem? Néha hallgatni is kell rá. Azért, de valamikor szerintem nem. Nem? És
Ja,
valamikor nem.
nyilván, nem. Ha mindenképp hallgatunk rá, akkor kijutunk, de nem hiszem, hogy kijutunk, tényleg.
Aha. Hát ezt is megmondta, hogy
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
ő
the
megyek
meeting room.
megint a
Perhaps he had
izébe,
simply
hogy mit
missed a
mond.
memo.
Hova?
Janitor roomba.
Ez a másik fele van.
When
Is
Stanley
that the
came to
menu
a set
for that?
of two open doors,
Erre?
this was not
Yeah.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on
No.
his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this
Amúgy is le
time.
tudnék ugrani.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Igen, ott és ott a...
Ugorjak le?
Igen, de oda.
Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you. To show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Jó.
Hogy adjuk neki? Csinálj azt. Oké.
Hallgassunk rá legközelebb. Mi? Past this point?
No buckets past this point.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Jó.
Egy kártyára olvasom.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We
Sammy.
would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Állj meg.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oké. Valahol eljutottunk.
Igen. Érdekes, nem tudom mi lett volna, a vörös izé felé megyünk.
A vörös.
Vagy na, a kék. De vágod, hogy red spill.
What
Igen.
are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Mi?
Oké. Mit csinálják?
Nem tudom. Eltűntek a... Eltűnt, amerre tudtunk volna menni, nem?
Itt van.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Megint a zsenitorszom.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Nem volt be. Itt nem tudsz bemenni?
Nem. Még vissza izébe. De szerintem itt csak ez egyetlen egy kiút van. És ez nem tudom mit kezdeni ezzel a szép fényekkel. Meg
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Hmm? Just stay here.
Oké. Okay. De ez buzis. Akkor itt marad.
Jó, akkor buzis, menjünk.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? No! Oh,
Túléltem.
thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Melyikbe?
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Nem.
Várjál, megálltam a mozgással.
Buzis.
Menjek vissza?
Hát szerintem ezt hogy is csinálj, nem? Vagy szerintem kapunk valamit?
Nem tudom.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Nem tudom, mert mi voltál, azért. Hát igen, az a baj, hogy szerintem itt pont beakadtunk, szerintem a másik helyen nem lett volna kizérülés, nem?
Nem tudom, hát azt mondta, hogy nem kéne mozogni. Lehet, hogyha nem mozogtunk volna ott egy percig valami, akkor történt valami.
Nem.
De nem vagyok benne biztos.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Nem ezt szoktam mondani.
Reál. Merre?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Jó, menjünk left. Nem, visszafelé nem indultunk még, nem?
Yet there was not a single person
Nem tudok
here.
visszamenni.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
Miért?
hoping he might find an answer there.
Várjál, menj vissza ide, hát ha itt tudunk valami.
Kurva anyádat.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
Menjünk le.
boss's
Jó.
office.
Itt egy levél.
Igen.
Hát ez most hogy tudnám elolvasni?
Vagyunk közel.
De ennyi?
Amit így, ennyire. Én megyek közel.
Ja, ennyire tudom.
Hi. Stanley.
Aha. I wish.
Azt hiszem, I wish. Nem lehet elolvasni. Már nem halványodat már. Már nagyon csúnyán érzem.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
Tetszik a játék?
all because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all, none of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. so he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
Hogy már tudja, hogy nem álmodik, de mégis azt akarja.
Everything will be fine.
Igen.
Nem?
I am okay.
Okay.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Jó, amúgy nagyon.
Igen.
Szerintem.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Mi a fasz?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Bezzeg. Tehát akkor, aki megtalált minket, azt se érdekelte. Ment tovább, meg ilyenek. Gondolom, majd valaki más megtalál, de ki faszolt ez a Marietta?
Igen, de méghozzá, hogy ott volt, meg ilyenek, de akkor Stanley őrült.
Hát megőrült, igen. Ez a vége, azt hogy megőrült.
Megőrült.
Eddig két végünk volt csak, nem?
Hát eddig kijutottunk, de biztos kijutottunk? Lehet, hogy az egész csak egy őrület, hogy Stanley annyira monoton munkát végzett, és egyik nap nem látta a munkatársait, és össze-vissza az élet, és megőrült.
Igen, igen.
És erről szól Stanley parabol. De várjál. Nem, biztos, hogy lezárta megint.
Mi, hol vagyunk? Mi kell erre?
Jó, biztos, hogy lezárta a raktáramot.
Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy mi van, hogyha visszamegyünk. Mi van akkor, hogyha visszamegyünk a... Itt bemegyünk, és utána meg egybe ott befordulunk.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Erre.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Itt visszamegyünk a business roomba, de akkor mi, hogyha erre megyünk? Megyünk erre, let's
Tetszik eddig, nagyon.
Nekem is mókás.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Azért csinálja, mert nem választottuk azt, amit mondom.
Would you hold on for a minute, please?
Ez még nem tudja, hogy mit csinálja, most itt olyan helyen vagyunk.
We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Mit tudjunk?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Csak úgy nézette. Menjünk vissza ugyanoda.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Igen,
it mean?
menjünk ugyanígy
Stanley
vissza.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Ne. Ezért.
De most bármerre tudunk menni.
Biztos.
Az olyan backrooms lesz azért. Ja. Elrontottuk a játékot.
Tetszik, hogy egyre jobban mindfuck lettem.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Okay. Megint nem indult újra szerintem normálisan.
Fogjuk csinálni.
Igen.
Most csináljuk újra.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nincs ajtó.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Nem.
De itt nem tudom mit csinálni.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Szopat minket direkt, hogy oda visszamenjünk. Aha.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what happened this time. I have to restart.
Gondoltam, meg én is tartolt minket. Próbáljuk meg azt sem, mint a antik, hogy ugyanazt, így megyünk.
Igen.
Ahogy szállít az egész, mi?
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Nem el kell menni.
Nem. Te is a más
You see,
megfelelő.
the line knows where the story is. It's
Sárga
over in this
úton,
direction.
szerintem.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Ja, de. Ez is a... Megyünk a semmitős úton? Ó, ne! Ne, ezt tudod miért kaptuk, mert nem engedtük ízét. Hogy élvezze ott a helyét.
Hát igen.
Nem? Biztos elvegyettük.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Mi?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Várjál, hány izéje van neki?
Hát ez...
Várjál, fehér izéje, fekete a pereme, alulizés, és 1, 2, 3...
Mit számolsz, hogy...
A level, nem mármint, hogy ezt az ágait még.
Hát ez nagyon sok, ennyi biztos nem tudom
Igen.
megjegyezni, persze.
Akkor csak amiben van, tud.
Ja. Okay.
Wait, we're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Hova tegye ki, megmenekült?
Igen. Ne kövessük az utat majd.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Merre?
Melyik?
Erre.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want
Ez
our story to
ez
be?
emiatt?
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Geci.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Ugrani vagy valamit, hát.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Ah, the confusion ending.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Itt vagyunk most.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Aztán megállt egy
Mi?
Megállt a számláló.
Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy mivel most játszok először.
Igen.
Én. Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy még azok, amit benne volt keleve.
Ja, biztos vannak újak, meg régiek is.
Persze.
Valószínűleg.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Amit is volt, hogy és mentünk és lezárta.
Igen?
Direkt. No, new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home
Az meg
computers.
2013-ban.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Okay.
Azt hittem, hogy ezt...
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. So far, it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing...
Nekem is.
Karácsonyi medve.
Igen.
Az a címe izé.
Ez egy elevator?
Igen.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been
Új
more
tartalom,
ready
és megyünk. Körbe.
Igen.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Tudja, hogy semmi nem lesz, valami... Vagy kiírja, hogy vége. Ez volt a... Nem? Mondom, itt...
All right, let's see.
Mi ez,
The jump
36?
circle?
Nem tudok ugorni.
Ugorj, press. Ó nem, itt ugrándozni kell, tudod, hogy valami megalázó lesz. Ott tovább tudsz menni amúgy.
Igen.
Ja, hát az új mellett mehet ugrani?
Igen.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
De eddig nem mehet ugrani, nem?
Another elevator.
Igen,
Stanley,
igen.
I
De
have
együtt
to
tudtam.
say, initial
Igen.
impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could
Yeah.
count to 30 trillion. You could
Rossz
put that on
neki,
the
hogyha ez
box.
az új
The
content,
Stanley
akkor
Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. I
Több
knew
van,
there had to be
vagyunk.
something else. Let's see it.
Jó neki, hogy biztos
I'm
van
ready for
több.
whatever it is.
Nem?
Igen. A Nalát onnan élvezi amúgy az egészet.
Meg amúgy korolja.
Thank you for introducing
That's
the
it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't
Ah,
get me
ez
started on the
oldja,
level of
biztosítatik,
craftsmanship
meg
that's gone into
eladják,
it.
meg
In
ilyenek.
fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance
Mi
department
test
signed off on
trófea?
this?
Please
I'm
ignore, van
infuriated
köztük.
and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them
Me?
personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Végül is. Jó, az tetszett az a new content-es. Viszont ne felejtsük el, hogyha tudunk megint ugyanazt csinálni, akkor el kell menni, de a kezem elfelejteni.
Az a baj, szerintem az újraindul most ugye jöttünk a no content felé, nem?
Nem tudom. Nem biztos. Biztos. Megnézzük.
Aha.
Eleve máshogy néz ki.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
No, de biztos, hogy valami fasság felé visz megint. Ó, csarnozó.
Csak mindent akarok kezdeni.
Nem, picsába.
Geci.
Mit fogunk csinálni? Milyen lenne? Azt nagyon ügyesen megoldották a szinkronszert, nagyon sok dolga lehetett, amit fel kellett olvasni. De konkrétan ő az, aki viszi az egészet. Mert
Persze.
a szinkron nélkül annyira
Hát meg
sok
hogy tudja a
minden nem...
sziológiáját az egész.
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Cheap
But
and
it got me thinking of
unsatisfying.
the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ez mi?
I
De mit
call it
kezdtünk
the
ki?
memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences
The
like the
memory
launch
of-
of the Stanley Parable on
Tunky.
PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with
Oh,
a cheap
2013
PlayStation
volt.
port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then,
Good
it all
times.
meant something.
Szóval igen, a narrátor, aki a szinkronszert nagyon-nagyon ügyesen tolja,
De
szerintem.
azt szeretném, nem vissza akar venni 2013-ban.
Igen, meg nagyon ügyesen tolja szerintem.
Memory lane.
Mi ez? Igen. Memory Lane. Mi ez? Szóval nagyon ügyesen tolja, szerintem. És nagyon jó az egész.
Igen, tényleg van ilyen trófea.
És érdekes. Unachievable.
It's impossible to get this achievement. Mi a fasz? Ez nem idegesítő.
Go outside.
Igen, don't play this game 5 years. Ez tényleg egy igazi trófea.
Igen.
Aha, hogyha nem játszol a Stanley Parable 5 évig, akkor megkapod ezt a trófeát.
Who will do release?
Racing Today, New York Times.
Ez ott van izé, amit mit csináltunk.
Igen.
Mit akartam mondani?
Igen.
Hogy tényleg nagyon jó azt hiszem, ez nem...
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "We're so many games less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now
az a lényeg,
it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable
nincs értelme a
anymore.
munkatársaknak, nem örült meg Stanley, nem hal Stanley. Mi vagyunk Stanley. Mi irányítunk egy játékot, és van egy narrátor, aki szórakozik.
Igen.
Nem? Szerintem tényleg konkrétan. Mi ez?
Memorizom a mintrász. És vannak dolgok, de egy kicsit tovább olvasom.
Nem tudom, már nézni oda. Person of the Year.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation, boom, done. And this couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Igen, és hogy mi meg új contentre vágyunk. Mármint, hogy meg azért, mert új new content, és ajtó felé mentünk, és ezért büntet a játék, hogy alapát faszát a new content, mert eddig is jó volt.
Igen. Most ez mi? Nézd, nem tudom tovább menni a dobozok miatt.
Aha, rúgjuk el, vagy
de
nem
hát
tudom.
hogy? Kinyílt egy ajtó. És akkor visszafele menjek.
Hát lehet.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Vágod, mert visz.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Majd visszafelé megyünk,
No,
vágod.
God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Pressure.
Surely these
Ezek a
reviews
rossz
were doing
review.
well, weren't they?
Rossz review-k, nem?
Igen.
Aj.
Mi? Jó, hogy valakinek a rossz review-ját berakta?
Igen.
I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The
Ez
narrator
meg
is
valakinek ide
obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Funny.
Funny? I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable.
Hogy a régi a bad review-kat olvassa, akkor oltják, hogy nem vicces meg ilyen.
Toxic, azért ilyen
Aha.
pressured gas, nem?
Igen, hát meg pressure is, meg igen, toxic is, meg ez is. Ez mi?
És egy rossz review, de nem látszik.
Na, ez a rossz
Okay,
review.
let's see what this one says.
Not recommended.
Well, the idea for the game is good. for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I have always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Unimpeachable.
Like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Tetszik az, hogy Erik felszopta magát? Nem?
Igen.
Erik felszopás volt, most meg ott vannak a rossz review-k, és olvassa. Fáj neki.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Kapunk egy skip button-t.
Jó, mögötte. Létre.
Semmi.
Tudunk menni?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, no, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the...
Skip.
Well, that's what. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Szerinted tényleg?
Unendurable.
Addig beszél?
Well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about.
Mi?
I know it's shocking, but at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button. Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley's story is completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sit. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track.
Már nem beszél.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make...
Thumbs down. Ne, megint nem beszél.
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
Mi ez? Hallod a vízhangját?
Hallom.
Ne nyomd meg.
Miért ne?
Menj mögé.
Csak semmi.
Á, le fog bomlani, addig csináljuk.
Szerintem igen.
Ez az...
Jön be a fény. Most ki fogunk jutni.
Ott létre.
Skippelünk. Narrator már nincs itt.
Hát itt van, de...
Persze meg.
Akkor úgy vagyok, hogy itt van, mindent lehet skippelni, nem? Az egész életet lehet skippelni.
Ez nem para.
De már nem lehet skippelni? Hát ki tudunk menni. Véget izéne. Már. Ilyen vészlen lett.
Igen.
Akkor így is kimenekültünk szerintem. Ez
Nem
a lényeg, hogy... Hogy így is kijutottunk? Hogy annyit skippeltünk, hogy kijutottunk?
Igen.
Már ki van szállva minden, nem?
Igen.
Szóval gondolkodom, hogy tényleg, amit te mondtad, hogy akkor tényleg addig beszélünk, nem skippel, szerintem.
Nem tudom. Az elég sok lenne, nem? Mondjuk, hogy mondta, hogy 12 óra, meg ilyenek.
Hát akkor biztos,
A
hogy...
30-40 perces ideig elhiszem, de amikor mondta, hogy 12 óráig beszél, az azért meglepne.
Azért azt gondolj bele, hogy ha felveszik, mondjuk ez több évig készül egy ilyen játék, és...
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Tetszik, amikor idő van, meg mi ez?
New content.
Várjál.
Még ne?
Vagy azért mondja new content. Nem tudom, menjünk a new contentre? Vagy csinálják azt, amit eddig akartuk.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Én tudod, hogy bezárták a kamerámat. Biztos bezárták.
Igen, azt tudja.
Akkor menjünk oda, és azt, amit csináltunk.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Csak
Perhaps he
emlékszem,
wanted to
hogy mi
stop by
volt.
the
Ja,
employee
akarsz
lounge
menni,
first, just
Igen.
to admire it.
Ja, jó.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Így akarsz menni, akkor restartolod?
And so he
Igen.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Tudod, amit csináltunk, amit utána elkezdte a dolgokat.
Confuse ending, nem?
Igen.
Azt akartad?
Nem emlékszem.
Hát
Tudod,
amikor
te...
jött a script és újraindított mindent?
Igen. Igen, de
Ja,
hogy
ez az.
But
előtte...
Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Igen, mert mentünk
No,
valamire.
no, not the right.
Nem?
Why would I have
Csináltunk
ever said
valamit,
it was
mert
to the right?
addig tolt, hogy már nem
Of course I
emlékszem,
thank you.
Hát,
It's clearly...
hogy merre akartunk menni.
Hold on for a minute, please.
Te emlékszel?
tovább akartam menni megnézni, most jött volna az, hogy újraindul megint.
Right? Yep. Okay. Yes. I've
Valami
got it.
volt,
This
valami
story is
volt.
absolutely, definitely this way.
Valami volt, nem?
Igen.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to,
Kirúgta. Igen, azt akartam
It's
megnézni.
all rubbish now.
De
The
melyiket
story
rúgták ki?
completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense,
Hat,
just restart the game
nem,
from the
4:34.
beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
4:34. Megnézzük majd az asztalát?
4:34 persze.
Viszont mit is akartam?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Igen, de ez lesz az, amikor több ajtó lesz ott.
Igen.
5-ször újra kell indítani, hogy eljussunk ugyanoda, ahol voltunk az előbb.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
És mi volt itt?
No, I restarted. I
Hát most
swear I definitely
újraindítja.
restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Igen, de volt még valami, nem?
Nem tudom.
Volt, amikor tudtunk volna a másik irányba menni, de nem
A
mentünk.
piros van a kéknél?
Nem tudom.
Ott is volt ilyen.
Csak ott. Valami volt, hogy pont mondtuk, hogy menjünk még egyszer, hogy a másik üzét meg tudjuk nézni.
I'll say it. This is the worst.
Szerintem ezt
adventure I've ever
akartuk
been. I can promise you,
megcsinálni.
there definitely was
Csak
a
utána
story
bekerültünk
here
ebbe a
before.
loopba, igen. Tehát az volt a terv, hogy újra megcsináljuk ezt a
I
izét.
find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting
Csak,
over and over
csak nem
again.
tudtuk, hogy akkor mikor
Vagy
mondtuk,
nem azt nézi?
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
ez volt a második újraindítás. Vagy ott még le van írva, hogy mit fog csinálni, szóval most nem menjünk be a new contentbe egyből.
Igen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Most nem lesz ajtó.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our step. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Hát akkor... Nope.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost,
I've
employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Igen, és itt volt valami, hogy nem, ha nem követjük ezt, nem? Ha nem követjük ezt,
Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Szerintem nem lehet, hogy nem.
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story?
Azt mondta, hogy nézzük meg a túlját, ez fontos lesz.
Is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Ott lesz a tujám.
Nem. Itt a tujám.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Nem változott semmit.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Ez volt a 4. újraindítás.
Igen.
És most fog minket berakni izébe. A körbe-körbe szobába.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in... Well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Azt kéne tudni, nem? G8, 14, F1.
Igen.
Stabilen nincs ott.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path,
majd,
a new
hogyha már kijöttünk a loopból.
What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
Itt megyünk körbe-körbe, vagy nem?
Nézzük meg, mi a szalám.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Másikat akarod venni?
Ugyanaz.
The confusion ending. You're telling me... That's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to
Itt van,
restart
game restarts its own.
times?
Find the line again.
That's really how all
Látod?
this goes? It's all determined?
Aha,
So now,
igen.
according to
Na
the
most lesz az,
schedule, I
hogy
restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
Micsoda?
forget about the previous tools. De nekünk meg kell találni
because it's written here on this thing wall.
meg kell találni a izét.
Well, who
A
consulted
line
me?
again.
Why don't I get to
Amit?
decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this?
Ezt akartuk csinálni?
Igen,
Nem
igen,
valami
igen.
mást?
Nem, ez jó
I
lesz.
don't want it to be a
Biztos? Nekem
game
ő
that keeps
gyakorlatilag más
restarting. I
már
don't want to forget
akartam.
what's going on.
Mindegy,
I
úgy
don't want to be
kitaláljuk, de
treated
ezt most
like
nézzük
this. I
meg.
won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean
After a long time
did we
still
do it?
dies.
Did we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Megnézzük, hogy most meg tudjuk-e találni a vonalat megint. Most bementünk egyből izébe, a új contentbe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Na,
it
itt
be?
is van.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Párnál van, párnál nincs.
Igen.
Látod? Én nem. Most izé.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Merre menjünk?
Nem tudom, arra emlékszem, hogy valamit akartam csinálni.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
Nézzük meg akkor
employee
most a
lounge
kék
first,
izét.
just to admire it.
A kék ajtót most úgy se.
Stanley felt lightheaded,
Yeah.
butterflies in his
Úgyse szünteljük
stomach,
majd
but
később.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Szerintem nem lehet itt tovább jutni, tehát nincs az amit magyarázott.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
Ha csak
years
most
ago.
nem
Igen,
találjuk
erre
meg
mentünk.
valahol.
Igen.
Igen, most
Look,
leúrunk,
Stanley,
és
I think
megnézzük a
perhaps we've
kéket.
gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Ott a lány.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Basz meg.
I realize that investing your trust in
csinálja?
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is
ott
that the
izére
story has
rátetszett
been
volna.
about nothing but
Igen, de
you
ott a
all
lány.
this time.
Várjál, ugorj izére.
There's someone you've been
Erre.
neglecting, Stanley. Someone...
Ha onnan le tudsz ugrani.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I
Tehát
don't
akkor
know
lány
how
az
to
létezik.
convince you of this, but
Igen.
I really do want to help you, to show you
Meg kell
something
találnunk.
beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nem.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
És lejjebb vagyunk. Szóval mi ez?
Hát, hogy feedbacket tudunk mondani, hogy most...
Tetszik-e ez?
Aha, ez a narancs cucc, hogy több choice-unk van. Hát tetszik, nem? Örülök, hogy több choice-unk van.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
A Stanley Parable.
Worldwide leaderboard.
Mi? Ott old.
Mikor...
It's me. Did you know that? They skipped the intro.
Only 3 of the players chose the blue door. Hiszem. This is you. Tényleg ezek mi lennénk szerinted? Nem hiszem, ennél több. Friends, it's empty. Jó van.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
2.
Yeah,
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Mi az, amit
Most
kitalál?
új játék lesz, oké.
Jaj.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your
4 óráig.
Igen. Ah.
Ne. Értem. Ne.
You heartless bastard.
Nem
Did you
bírtam
do
volna.
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Na.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Na,
Milyen játékot kapunk?
nem tudom.
Nagyon sokrétű a Stanley Parable.
Hát ez biztos.
Aha,
Menj.
fascinating.
Overwatch?
Firewatch.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems
What?
obvious to me that
Ez
you
Overwatch.
Firewatch.
Bocsánat, nem tudom, hogy Overwatch mondtam, igen, Firewatch.
your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Jó.
Hát beszarok.
Firewatch-e játszunk? Menj már. Más király. Keletbe szernézékkel szerinted?
Mi?
Hát nekik a
Biztos vagyok benne, hogy itt volt valami megbeszélés alapú cucc.
Tetszik. Nagyon érdekes. Erre nem csomó olyan dolog, amire rohadtul nem számítottam.
No, can't be.
Igen.
It is.
Hello?
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Mi?
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we are...
Nagyon rosszul lett volna neki.
Személy.
I'm going to
Inkább
close
bezár.
this here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable
Jaj,
walls.
de. Melyik játék lesz az szerintem?
Oh,
Nem tudom.
I think this will be just the thing.
Falak, játék, hát nem tudom. Mire
Amnézia?
gondolok.
Csak nem.
Nem tudom. Rocket League!
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no race. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball.
Vagy csak az, hogy
sometime
amikor
back
most
here.
sem
Is
játszik
this
az
game
emberek, az
sports
amúgy...
ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh,
Nekem
what
aznak a Rocket League.
we shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley,
Menjünk be a
here's the
kapuba.
ball. Have fun.
Mi? Rúgjunk be a kapuba? Gondolkozom, hogy itt van-e lehetőség, hogy kimenjünk itt.
Are you doing it? Are you
What?
winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my
Oh, go
miserable
back.
little Hold on. What are you doing?
Ez az. Nem?
Igen.
Béta.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that, don't you?
Mi van a falon? Ott.
Csak ilyen izé.
Ja.
Merre menjek?
Ne! Történik.
Még lejjebb estem. Ezeket a számokat nem nagyon látjuk.
Érdekes. Ó, mi van itt?
Ott a szobánk.
Tetszik, hogy tényleg mindennel lehet egyre mélyebbre és mélyebbre
I wonder what he
menni.
found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Olyan érdekes.
Igen. Jó pofa.
Persze, tetszik nekem nagyon.
Meglepett ez a Firewatch, meg a...
Engem is.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Mi?
Időkérdés, hogy megtaláljuk őket.
Most new content?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was
Nézzük
not
meg, mi
the
van
correct
akkor,
way to
hogyha
the meeting
végigmegyünk
room, and
a...
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Sárga?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by
Hogy
the
tudunk
employee
végig?
Vagy
lounge
hogyha...
first, just to
Nem, hogyha nem ugrunk le.
The lounge
Most
was
eddig leugrottunk
majestic,
mindig.
perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Mi van még ott?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stan.
Azt valahogy meg lehet csinálni. Valahogy meg lehet találni a sárga utat, miután confusing endinget megcsináltuk.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Kiúszod?
That wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
No.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice, jó. Azt mit kell praktizálni? Jézusom. Mit practice-eljünk?
Nem tudom.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Mi nyílt ki?
Nem, bezárult.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Baszki, most nem enged választani, hogy megöljük magunkat, meg ilyenek. Nem enged választani.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Mi volt ez a...
Szétbaszolgott minden.
Oké. Mi?
Szerintem már túlét.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
Using.
No.
Using.
What do I do? What do I do?
Shit.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
Slides.
I have to.
Slides.
Ez a meeting roomos.
Úgy lehet láttad ilyen...
De ez csak az a PowerPoint-ot tudsz.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nah.
Tuti?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Látod, egyetlen nem enged sem erre menni. Még a WC-be se.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 2111?
115.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Be van, hát nem, csak szopat. Night Shark.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Nem volt.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Mr. Deluxe.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision.
Jó, kiglitcseltünk. Amúgy szerettelek, lehetett volna választani, de...
Nem lehetett.
De csak szabadott.
Szabadott.
Whatever you do, I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Tetszik, hogy olyan izékre viszi el.
Igen?
Csak megpisélni, aztán folytatunk
Oké.
még. Ha nagyon tetszik.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Mi volt eddig?
Azt mondja, hogy place the input, és ide rakott egy ilyen izét.
Mit?
Ilyet, egy ilyen, az nem volt ott az a lila.
Lila?
Nyomtatom. Az.
Ja.
De most nem tudok többet.
Mit csináltál eddig? Csak kijöttél?
Csak kijöttem idáig.
Gyere, közel, gyere. Nagyon tetszik nekem, nagyon jól eljátszunk.
Igen. Én nem tudom, itt csináltam egy inputot, de...
New content, vagy még valami?
Nem tudom.
Valamit még a másik oldalt kihagytunk.
Fogalmam sincs.
Ezért hagytuk ki, hogy amikor a...
Na.
Akkor jó neki, tudod.
Igen?
Ez a hely.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Mi jó neki?
Tudod, amikor arra fura helyre beviszol, amit nagyon élvez.
Ja, tudom.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Azt tudom, hogy oda hogy jutunk el.
Disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Kinyílt az a nagy ajtó.
Ó! Ez eddig zárva volt.
It's a lift. És itt fel is lehet menni.
Merre menjünk?
Fel.
Zene.
Jó?
Jó. Most a
Nekem tetszik,
narrátornak
nekem
meg...
nagyon jó.
Narrátor nem volt semmi.
Csak
Biztos?
hallgass. Nem ő tudod? Kiszozott?
Igen. Konjuk le.
Ez egész, hogy csak... A lapokon mi van?
Nem látom.
Valaki dudol.
Hát ezt nem hiszem el.
Szemét.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks.
Írd be, mi volt? 1-1-5?
Soul anywhere.
Na, de
Could he
nem jó.
really be all alone?
0-1-5.
This was too much for Stanley to take.
That's
Too
not-
much for
1-1-0.
any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ó,
Igen?
nem volt olyan... Ja, tényleg a... telefon.
Ha nem húzok ki. Mi volt ez? Mi pattant le?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Akkor menjünk rá az orra.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
What's on
Each
fire?
bore the number of an
Me?
employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
0-9-es.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Egy-kettő meg
And
tök
Stanley,
vörös.
one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
104-es. 104-est kirúgták.
Honnan veszed?
Hát már ő hiányzik ott pont.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
601-es meg a
Was he happy
104-es.
with his boring job? That his
Nézd, ott
emotions
is
had
van
been
egy ilyen 103-as
manipulated to
alatt.
accept
Igen,
it
az a 104-es. De 600-as után gondolom jön a 601, nem?
Igen, lehet.
Jó, akkor 104-es, hogyha találunk olyat, akkor
He
nézzük meg.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
Never.
unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me. What all this means. I barely know where to start.
Okay,
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
Okay.
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you. Go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh, dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Van egy kék hármas.
Stanley.
Nem, van valahol arra kék hármas. Arra.
But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I
Szerinted ezt meg lehet csinálni?
Nem tudom.
Így gyorsan.
Nem tudom. Megtaláltam a kék hármas, de
Igen.
többit nem igazán.
Nem tudom, hogy meg lehet csinálni, vagy csak tényleg azt akarja, hogy összeadgálj. Amíg le nem jár az idő. Azt nem tudjuk meg soha.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Merre menjünk?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Menjünk a New Content?
Hát jó.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New Content.
Ez a new content, nem?
New Content, igen. Ez a new Content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud
Hát igen, tetszik. Neked jó?
Nekem nem jó.
the Stanley Parable 2.
Mi? 4.22, 4.27.
Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. While there are so many possibilities, it could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ilyet akartam neked mondani, hogy szerinted tényleg?
Calling it the Stanley
Akarok egy
Parable 2
kettőt
is just
majd?
so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Kettő ilyen lyuk, két kéz, két láb, és kettő voltuk, de Denmark, mi. Csak odaírtam valaki, hogy én pirossal. This way to the... So, mi az? Show floor. Audio,
New features. Oké. Értem, tehát, hogy ez most a 2, ez nem Ultra Deluxe, hanem ez a 2. Mindjárt arra szól, hogy 2.
Igen. Enjoy.
Oké. Give your name in the game. Ah! Actually button say the name of the player playing the game. Oké.
Mi?
Hát ki tudjuk mondani, nem
For the
kell.
Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Megint Safa?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
De ezért nem sztorikorom, hanem Jim a következő játék.
Breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a... That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time.
Oh.
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym and drain from all of this personal validation.
Mert azért is egy-együttet akartam, igen.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Még egyszer elnyomtam azért.
Igen.
Jó, ki kell menni.
Melyik a megfelelő gomb? Túl nagy, túl kicsi, vagy just right?
Igen. Ez nagyon vicces volt.
Igen, most már gymek lettünk. Ez identitásunk. Itt, hogyha mész lefotóznak.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually see... An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Felmegyek?
Nem tudom, növés free... Mi ez?
Free trophy, hol setting the world champion. Free you easy trophy, na?
Na. De nézd csak, ott egy csaj is.
Igen.
Tudod?
Exit. Collectibles. Free trophy.
Hold
the level, receive your new trophy. No more stuff, okay.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Azt hittem, hogy ilyen kar. Nem baj, visszamenjünk.
Kurva egy lyukat.
Igen.
Tényleg ezt a tesztrófát nem lehet megszerezni?
Nem. Szerintem nem. Az a poénjuk, meg az, hogy úgy látszik, hogy máshogy az a poénjuk, hogy dumálni. Lehet, hogy akarták, hogy tényleg tudj beszélni. Nem? De utána még rakták be, és ez most egy ilyen poénjuk.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
De Jump-Circle, igen, azt ismerjük.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well.
Annyi, baszd! Mi van akkor, hogy később előbújtuk az összes izénket a játékba, mi van akkor, hogyha tudtunk volna ugrani?
Lehet.
Basszus, amikor megláttuk az utat,
Lehet.
akkor tudtunk volna ugrani. És az összes ugrásunkat most már a játékban használtuk.
Lehet.
Hogy annyi ugrás, hogy ez nem azért volt, hogy ott elugrálsz, hanem... Érted? Hanem azt annyit tudsz majd ugrani.
No screenshot. És mi van, ha csinálok egy screenshotot?
Jó. Tudsz?
Csináltam. Semmi.
Yes, you need to be...
Az a gym.
Merchandise.
Bucket. Kapunk egy bucketet?
Tudom. Szóval, baszki, látod? Lehet az, hogy tényleg meg kellett volna tartanunk a jumpot, mert le tudtunk volna ugrani.
Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arm. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Jó.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Erről ki.
Azért most, hogy hozhatjuk ezt a vödröt, és nem tudjuk letenni. Viszont láttam egy olyan áriát.
Ahol a bucket nem élhet?
Igen.
De hol?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy... Get Well... Melyik legyen?
A Happy... Boldog 12. születésnapot néz.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Geci, tök mindenütt választottunk.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Collectibles?
Igen, azt akarom megnézni. Nem tudom kimenni.
Szóval szerintem rábasztunk, hogy elugráltuk az összes időnket.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Egy hatból. Collect them all egyben. Mi volt itt?
Hát ezért nem tudunk bemenni tovább. Innen jöttünk.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Nem tudom, hogy hol van a többi.
Mit kell csinálni? Hol megyünk? Exit? Meg kéne nézni, hol volt ez a vödrös.
Ja.
Itt vissza kéne tekerni a Steambe.
Nem is megtaláljuk majd.
Infinity. Nem ez a... Cucc megy vissza? Ez az iroda? Vagy...
Nem tudom. Morhol. Ezek lyukak.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games is amazing.
Tudtam dobni ezért.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an
Van valami
infinite
ezzel
hole.
játszhatom?
It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever.
Juhu!
There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Listen, no, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Jaj, ne.
If that
Nem
works
tetszett
for you,
neki.
then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
Jó.
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Háromszor. Megint ugorjunk be.
Igen?
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all. But not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Nézzük körbe.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled.
Gyanús, hogy
I
egy
really do
kisebb
have so
lett.
much more to show you and to talk about. And I've had enough of the hole for a lot. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Jó. És megint ugorjunk be.
Nem működik.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose...
Azért, mert
suppose
ez a
there's one thing we
pattok.
can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything
Nem
else.
tudom kijönni.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
Szemét.
Itt hagyott minket.
Bucketet nem tudjuk tetelni.
Nem.
Ez mi? Mélyük? Gyere. Hallgass! Megy le!
Megyünk le.
Szél.
Oké.
Gyerekes. És egy vég lesz?
Nem tudom.
Csing. Ez szörnyű. Ez Jim a pitéből. De és most Infinite? Mi ez a jól? Összesen. Szerinted meddig megy? Hozom. Change your reality. Reality. Mi? Ah. Ez mi? Change yourself. Mi? Change yourself. Oh, farmer. Change yourself. Ah, de jó. Erről.
Stanley? Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Nem, még mindig benne vagyunk a lyukban, nem tudunk még kimenni.
Maradjunk. Kíváncsi vagyok most már erre, hogy meddig megy el. Á, te voltál?
Nem.
Nem az sem, amit mi csináltunk vele, hogy ott várt és... Kihozott?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Nem, mondanám visszamennék a lyukba, de nem. Szerintem ennyi volt a lyuk, nem?
Bucket.
Bucket?
Easy Trophy, Collectibles, Exit.
Ahol az annyi volt, nem?
Aha. Hol?
Nézzük meg, hogy le van-e vizélve a hol, hogy fel van-e jövő, vagy le van zárva, úgy, hogy a...
Mindenes lesz a belegünk. Lehet, hogy még mindig a holban vagyunk.
Igen, erre is gondoltam úgy. Azt mondta, hogy felébreszt párszor.
Nem tudom benne.
Bezárta. Így látod, ez a lyuk? Amit magyaráz.
Igen, igen.
Egy infinite, meg ilyenek.
Ez közben nem is az.
Tudom azt, hogy tényleg történtek ezért ilyen tudta változtat és jött felébreszteni.
Tudom, milyen features tudnék még megnézni.
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Jó.
Oké. Te más.
Szerintem olyan pólóba leszünk, hogy...
Nem tudom. Mert tudunk még menni?
Nem tudom, exit van még.
De ott nem tudtunk bemenni.
Ez mi?
Ja, várj, ez itt a epilógus tudsz.
Epilógus.
Itt várjál, hogy tudunk felfele menni, nem? Vagy...
Bírtam ezt az Infinite Holt.
Igen.
Mi ez? Resurrence Bucket?
Itt van, várjál. Free Trophy Massive Setting World Champion. Na.
Hogy tetszett az a húlos?
Mi?
Mi?
Nem enged be.
Ezt nem enged be.
Nem tudom. Ingyen trófea. Jump circle, the map, igen. Free toffee. Igen, merch, setting, world champion, Stanley Parable, bucket, office decorations, igen, epilógus, collectible, infinite hole, exit. Hát csak az exit maradt, miért nem tudunk kimenni? Várj, erre. Most át.
Jó volt nagyon.
Igen.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags.
Biztos, hogy vannak olyanok, amit ezért nem tudunk megcsinálni.
I wanted more than anything to
Nem volt
create
a
a
része, ahol nincsen korlát?
picture all the magic of the
Az a része.
I wanted
Mondjuk oda, ahol
fans
nincs
to
korlát. Igen.
how good these gags
Ajtónál.
are. They wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait,
Itt?
maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it
Szerintem
possibly work?
kettő.
I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I
Kell
can
nem
put
tudom, hogy
something
biztos
up.
be tudtunk volna.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Jó, nagyon, nekem tetszik. Neked vagy?
Nekem is olyan tetszik.
Tetszik ez?
És visszarak a eredetihez. Hú, engem nagyon érdekel
Az
izé.
én játékom nagyon, ez
Igen.
az ilyen mindfuck vizéket.
Nem meg kéne találni.
Stanley Parable 2! Beginning the game. Setting, credit. Akkor ez a Stanley Parable 2, ez akar lenni a poén, hogy ez igazából nem a Stanley Parable PS-re egy új változat, hanem ez a 2.
Nem hiszem.
Biztos?
Szerintem még mindig a Stanley Parable Ultimate-tel vagyunk, csak úgy tesz, mint a 2 lenne. Hát hogy? Hát...
De nekem ez
benne
nagyon tetszik, hogy egyre bizarrabb az egész, egyre mindfucked, annyira szeretem az ilyet.
Igen.
Annyira jó.
Igen, tényleg jó.
Nem tetszik nekem.
Nagyon érdekelne a confusing ending, hogy mi az.
Mi?
Igen, ott még biztos, hogy tudunk valamit
This is
csinálni.
the story of a man named Stanley.
Ne skippelj.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee
Ott
number
vannak a Luffy.
427's job was
Láttad?
simple.
Igen.
He sat at his desk in room 427
De Infinite
and
hol?
he pushed buttons on the keyboard.
A bucket,
Orders came
Infinite
to him
hol.
through a monitor.
Várjál, mert most kell tudni, hogy hol kell vinni a bucketet, bazd meg.
How long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it sickening, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Érdekes, hogy a Get Well Soon van, tehát szerintem tényleg lehet, hogy olyan formára Stanley Parable, aki évekig irodai munkát végzett, és a monotonitásban meg sokszor. Meg mi van a barátnőjével? Mondta, hogy Sarah hív, és nem vettük fel, és nem tudjuk meg.
Igen.
Szóval mi van akkor, hogy sok minden összeért neki, és...
What could it mean?
Nem?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Szóval én arra gondoltam, hogy...
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a
mi van
trace
akkor,
of his coworkers.
hogy Stanley megőrült, és ez a fejébe játszódik, ez a kórházban ül Stanley. Viszont az a fura, hogy ez is van. Tehát, hogy ezért próbáljuk ki tudjuk próbálni.
Miért?
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Milyen bucketet?
Ott van. Aha.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh. Szóval, tudod a dolgod az izéről.
Mit?
Nem tudom, itt merre kéne mennünk. Ha megtegyük a janitor roomot, akkor... Nincs janitor room?
De.
Kivette.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Mi? Jan.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy, it's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I've never... Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Hey.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Itt kell? Itt lesz szerinted? Vagy lent? Hát az, amikor a bucketet hova tenni kell.
Nem emlékszem, hogy hol van.
Collectible!
Mi?
You found one of them. one of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Kettő.
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to
Jó,
save
nem volt ezeket a játékokat, ezeket a collectible
come across one of
cuccokat,
these
nem?
beautiful figurines.
Várjál, mi van kiírva? Más van.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, his boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Érdekes.
Mert hogy... Mert a pénzes izé volt kiírva még múltkor. Miért most sem van vödrünk?
Igen, ezek az újítások. A lyuk, a vödör.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him.
Hogy mennyire jó vagyunk a
The
bucket-től.
bucket. And
Mennyi volt?
the two of
25?
them were
40?
inseparable.
8?
At this point, Stanley was so
25?
absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the
48.
keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the
25 volt, ez
keypad
biztos.
was 2845.
28-45.
Ó, igen.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Azt hiszem itt lesz valahogy ilyen no bucket.
Igen.
Ott van, nézd!
Mi?
Itt a felirat. Itt van.
Hol?
Ott a falon. Itt. Ez.
Ez?
Mi? Előbb. De...
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This,
Csak három.
there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Mi? Semmi.
Jó, hogy a bucket-ről rajta van izé is. Ragasztva izé. Amúgy lehetne izét csinálni, nem? Így venni egy kék inget, farmert, meg ilyen izés cipőt, föl meg egy nyakkendőt, megfésülnénk, megborszáljuk, és vennék egy vödröt és ragasztanánk.
The elevator raced
Szerintem
down,
volt.
plummeting
Jelmez,
towards
nem?
an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control
Nem tudom, hogy itt...
Facility.
Biztos erre kell?
Hát nem, mert hogy nem, a buckettel nem, de most erre jövünk.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
A Stanley in the bucket.
Igen, ez a hozzáadás az egésznek, hogy most már van egy vödrünk.
Igen.
The monitors jumped to
Nézzük meg a
and
végét.
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
Nem sok, hogy eldobta a bucketet. Csak bírom, hogy muszáj belégni. Ahogy nagyon hozzátesz a
And it very
szinkronszínet,
nearly
az
burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
Itt nem tudom, mindig figyelek, hogy
reassuring
észreveszik
that
valami
everything
újat.
would be fine.
Te?
Jep.
Yep. Ennyi.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Jaj, ne, mit akarna a bucket?
Furiously in Stanley's
Igen.
mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Tényleg Stanley és a bucket kalandja.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible...
Nézzük meg, mi lesz akkor.
Hát ugyanaz, csak a bucket amúgy.
De most elmondja, hogy mi? Akkor utána újul.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Stanley and the bucket, ugyanaz, csak a bucket-tel. Ugyanaz a végig, csak a bucket-tel.
They had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching the movie but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, knew any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Ez jó volt. Tudjuk, hogy nem menekül meg, hogyha nálam van a bucket, de legalább nem mindegyik, mert megvan a vödre, és akkor infinity. Vagy a bucketjével ott marad örökké. Nem is olyan nagy baj. Az örök sötétség, meg a bezártság ott van, és így jó neki. Na, vicces. És viszik a bucketet, nem? Csak most nem tudom, a másik irányba menjünk a buckettel.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Itt a bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of
De ott van a
comfort rushed
matrica.
over him.
Nem egy üres bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Igen.
Rajta van a
This was
matrica.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Az a baj,
Was
hogy
this
ugrásokat
better? No,
elugráltuk.
never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Most a bucket csinálja.
Good, said the
Nézzük le.
bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room. Ja, ezt előbb mondta. Oh.
Now pick up the phone, said
That's
the
fun.
bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Ugyanazt meg fogja csinálni, amit egy csajjal csinált volna, csak most a buckettal.
Szerintem igen.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Visszajöttünk ide. Kell keresni a bucketet, nem?
Igen. Mi történik?
Meg kell keresni a bucketet szerintem.
Itt.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Nem csak liquidet, nem?
Agybászást is.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little
Nem is
more...
elkezdi
What am I trying to say?
látni benne izét.
More capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket.
Right.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Bucket.
Hear what the bucket has to say.
Bucket.
Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Mi történik?
De a csajjal kellett volna ott, nem? Mert azt mondja, hogy ott van, hogy ha felveszi a telefont, akkor ugyanez a csajjal történik meg. Csak nem az, hogy rossz, hanem hogy együtt vannak. És jó nekik. De itt a buckettel akar a végén. Nem?
Igen.
Hogy ott a bucket, és akkor... Nem. Együtt élhetünk. Hol a bucket? Bucket! El fogja
All of his
venni?
co-workers were gone. What could it
Szerintem
mean?
mennyi volt a bucket?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Itt van.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Most
And here it
leurunk.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah. Good.
Said the bucket.
Miért a
Now
bucket
ride the
hangja?
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
Ide
to him.
ugorjunk le.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Itt lesz valami talán.
Szerintem igen.
No,
Aha.
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket in? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Ah, a bucket.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Kinyílt hely. Nagyon tetszik. Akkora nagy rabbit hole az a játék.
Igen.
Nem?
Most elmondják majd nekik, hogy mi az a vödör, meg mi nem.
Igen, hoz a kólát.
Jó, jó. Aj, is this a bucket?
Is this... Ne,
Ez egy vetélkedő?
Hűtőből sem, vagy csak...
Nem.
Mi?
Csak hűtő.
A paraszt hűtőből?
Igen. Geci.
Az ablak. Paraszt hűtő.
Is this a bucket? Ezt nem hiszem el.
Csoki?
Tele vagyok mindennel.
Kora?
Korát kérek. Ezt elfogadom.
Na, menjünk cségbe. Is this a bucket?
Jó, jó, jó.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Azt tudom, hogy válaszoljunk, hogy jól vagy rosszul.
Se tudom.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Mi a fasz?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Várjál.
Nem.
Nem.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Aj, ne, tudod mi akar lenni? Is this a bar? Van az a festmény. És akkor mondjuk, hogy nem pipa, ez egy festmény egy
Item
pipával.
3. Is this a
Nem.
bucket?
Igen.
Nem.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Látod?
meg.
Ez egy bucket volt.
De ezt honnan kell tudni? Tudni lesz köztük egy
Na, várj.
torta, nem? Ez a is this a cake?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Igen.
Gondolod? Ez nem egy bucket.
De ez mi?
Ez egy traktor.
Sure about this.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be
Picture.
honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Na. De meg akarsz számít a 3D printed izé.
Is this a bucket?
Igen.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Nem magyarázza meg!
Nem, is this a bucket? Látod? Az a bucket, amit ő annak mond.
Is this a bucket?
Nem.
Nem tudom.
Nem.
Hallod a zenét? Nem
Aj,
az?
nem is mi az?
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Bót! Hogy lehet bót? Hogy lehet mind a kettő én is és nem is? Miért?
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Ez lesz? A miénk? Várjál, igen.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here, and I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Semmi sem. Igen. Semmi sem bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
A bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had.
Mondjuk azt, hogy egy bucket?
Igen.
I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Ne!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear?
But everything is a
Was
bucket.
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Igen.
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. I actually feel much more at ease right now.
Erre sose gondoltam, hogy ez ilyen mértékekig fog elmenni.
Hát én sem.
Meg a végén meghoztunk egy bucketet.
Igen.
I'll reset everything. We'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Jó, viszont most menjünk be a bucket, amiben minden bucket.
Megpróbáljuk.
Igen. Mert megtörtük, szóval most már minden bucket. Szóval lehet, hogy most már be tudunk vinni egy bucketet a minden bucketbe. Mert érted?
Meg jól tudunk válaszolni, hogyha esetleg nem mindenre, nem? Sem tudjuk. Megint itt vagyunk ezen a területen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Mi az? Rajta van még az.
With the bucket in his arms again, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him...
Nem tetszik ez a bucket fűszer, amit hozzáadottak.
Nekem is pedig amúgy...
Hát én de nem tartottam.
Hát mert... Mondták, hogy új játék nőtt bucket.
Igen. Be magam beszél a bucket. Nem. Olyan, mint a Ricky Gervais, nem? No.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Kíváncsi vagyok, beszélünk-e menni buckettal, vagy nem? Mert everything is a bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket? Unless... What if
mondjuk akkor a Is This a Bucket játékban mondjuk mindenre jót.
Jó.
Azt hiszem emlékszem még. Az első kettő az nem bucket. A harmadik bucket, a negyedik nem bucket.
Meg tudjuk nézni.
Ja, szerintem emlékezni fogunk.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please.
Csak hogy ennyit lehet összesítjogni. Ez szegény rabbit hole az a játék, hogy egyre jobban, egyre nagyobb fasságok jönnek, egyre nagyobb. Nekem tetszik. És ez egy vödör? Nem egy vödör? Is This a Bucket játék ez meg.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1.
Well, it's just like everything is a bucket. Nem.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Jó, 3D nyomtatásos.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ez egy bucket.
Ez egy
3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Nem hiszem el, mit csinálok.
Igen. Nem bucket, a második meg, hogy yes, this is a bucket. Ez nem egy bucket lesz, az úgy.
Igen.
Not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Bucket, yeah.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
De miért?
Itt mindegy lesz, azt hiszem, mert itt bucket is, meg nem is, ugye?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both.
Itt milyen?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't
Igen,
find the
akkor
next
ez
one.
nem egy
See, it
bucket.
should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No.
Everything is a bucket, nem? Vagy nem?
Nem, az előbb volt everything is a bucket, és arra mondtuk azt, hogy igen. Ugye? Semmi se bucket. És akkor lehet, hogy bevihetjük ezt. Mert előbb az volt, hogy minden bucket.
I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Semmi se, akkor bevihetjük.
Sense of perspective. What
Nah, egyikre se válaszol.
Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I?
Na most kell szólni, nem.
Stanley,
No.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game
Ja,
entirely.
akkor ennyi.
Okay,
Az
here we
ki?
go.
Nem tudom.
Collectible?
Nem. Az nem úgy néz ki.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Oké. Visszajövünk oda, ahol volt. Most ne vegyük fel a bucketet.
Egyáltalán ne vegyük fel?
Most vegyük fel a telefont.
Jó.
Ezt még nem csináltuk. Szerintem az még lehetséges, nem? Így is, hogy a kettőbe vagyunk.
Maybe.
Meg hol van a többi invention? Mi? Mi ez?
Retro.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Így dolgozik a barátnő is?
Nem.
4:30 mi volt? Láttad, mi volt? 4...
434.
434. Megfigyeltük, hogy mi volt? Zappehely, tej, cukor.
Hát, ezeket hogy tudjuk?
Mosogatószer.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Tényleg
first,
magabiztosan
just to
voltam a
admire.
Buckettől. Nem.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Ott is munkaterület, és egyszer volt-e, hogy oda tudtunk menni, csak mivel nincs meg a jumpunk, szerintem lehetetlen már nekünk azt a elhasznált játékot lévő összes jumpunkat. Szerintem csak akkor tudnánk innen leugrani oda. Szerintem elhasználtuk az összes jumpunkat. Nem? Szerintem már nem tudunk, csak ha előről kezdjük a játékot, ténylegesen előről kezdjük, akkor tudunk.
To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Ez lehet jó.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Mi ez, a bucket csak akkor a buckettel csináltuk újra.
Nem tudom, mi lesz most.
Hát a ízed azt magyaráztuk, hogy találkozik a csajjal, meg ilyenek, meg falon összebújnak, meg hasonlóan, mi ilyesmiket magyarázott. 427.
Itt
Stanley,
lakunk.
is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Meg 427 lett.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
Értem a monoton élet, és ugye valakinek csak a munkából az élete erről szözteni.
One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
Ezek a szemét hazudott, hogyha felvettük volna a telefon, mi lett volna. Hazudott, hogy akkor találkozik a feleségével, meg ilyenek.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought...
Ó, ez a valóság? Ez a derealizációja, nem? Amikor ténylegesen elszakad a valóságtól, egyre rosszabb, egyre betegebb lesz, egyre ízésebb, nem? És már elszakad a valóságtól teljesen, nem?
Igen.
Akkor ez egész.
Még vissza az éve.
Igen.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
De akkor ez igaz, amikor Csaj is meglátja ezért, hogy ott van, meghal Stanley, mert összes megbolondult, és utána ott fekszik.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path. Mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Mit csinálja?
De nyomd meg.
De akkor azt csinálom, hogy ő van.
Jó, akkor nyomd meg. Nyomd meg.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Szerintem a narrátor az az, ami önmagában mondja. Annyira megőrül már, szerintem, hogy tényleg hallja ezt a hangot a fejében. Nem?
The same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time you'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Mi?
Lite här. Ligga.
Egyből ízének kihúzszal először a telefont, nem?
Igen. Tudunk G-mek lenni?
Biztos. Mi csinálsz?
Nem hiszem, hogy tudunk egy G-mek lenni.
Be te állítani a nevet?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Merre menjek? Mit csinálják? Ugye a bucketet?
Nem, itt a bucketet.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
Jó, akkor hozd a bucketet.
Ja, azt hittem azt mondod, hogy...
Nem, mondtam, ne vidd a bucketet.
Ja, azt hittem, hogy vidd a bucketet.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Jó. Mi ez? Várjál.
Collectible.
How we can find them. Mi ez? Trust the... Várjál, nem az arra. El akarom olvasni ezt. Instinct. Jó?
Az a WC-be.
Igen, az meg volt már.
Igen. Red Room.
A Red Roomban is van akkor.
416-os employee.
Oké. Good luck, thank you, good luck. Itt, nézd mi ez?
There will be a reward for finding them all. Mission status. Sequel. Raj room, lot of boxes. Stars, something to do with stars. Stairs.
Stairs.
Akkor lefele kell menni.
Igen.
Somewhere both red and blue. Oké, akkor menjünk lefele először. Nézzük meg ott.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Yeah,
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
The bucket.
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley,
it's me, bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oh.
Getsy.
A bucket, bizonyosan bucketes idő.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
Akkor amúgy sokáig utal arra, ma másodjára utal arra, hogy Stanley csak megőrült a monoton munkájában, a semmilyen életével, delúzió, mármint egy derealizációja vannak és meghalt.
Igen. If only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on every... Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Geci!
Backflippert! A munkájáig. Nem?
Igen, hát beszélek.
My life kick ass. Jó, neki a bucketje miatt. Van vicces nekem. Ez is más végül lett
a bucket miatt. Igen, de akkor még a buckettel meg tudjuk azt csinálni, hogy onoljuk a dolgokat, hogy megnézzük, hogy felrobban a hely, tudod.
De az, hogy a bucket tudja, hogy mit csináljunk?
Lehet. Az egyik.
Igen, nekem ez tetszik, nekem minden nézzünk meg. Itt van valami?
Itt a bucket.
Most itt van? Nem mit szokott lenni.
Nem, fura ez.
Mutasd! Ez tényleg a mi bucketünk?
Igen.
Nem mit szokott lenni?
Tudom. Fura, nem fura. Viszont mehetnénk tovább, nem? Amit hogy akarom, nem tudom, most megnézzük a Collectibles ott a kék meg a piros dolgnál. Már máskülönben...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Várszom már ilyen játékra. Sőt, ezt teliparabolra már szerintem 4 éve várunk.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
PS-en?
Igen. Meg ide is be tud menni a buckettel amúgy.
Bemegyünk, igen.
Azt akartam mondani, hogy amikor először mentünk, és bementünk ebbe a roomba, ebbe a kék szobába, és akkor mindig elmagyaráztuk, hogy milyen szép a szoba. Mennyire szép, ilyenek, tudod, hogy mennyire gyönyörű. Most meg, hogy a Stanley Parable 2-ben bemegyünk, és itt hozok ki.
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm Give me a chance. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the first one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them.
Hogy fog beoltani, akkor megvan az összes. De mi van, így nem kap semmit érte?
Igen.
Gyanús. Mi? Gyanús, hogy minden mondja, hogy semmit nem kapsz érte.
Igen.
Merre
menjünk?
Hova dobozol?
Nem tudom.
Hogy nem a csillagos izébe van? Nem azt mondta?
Azt mondta, hogy dobozok vannak.
De itt van a dobozok.
Hát jó, de több doboz.
Jó, akkor nem tudom, azok merre vannak?
Nem tudom.
Nem a csillagos volt még, amit mondod, hogy valami a csillagokhoz van közel? Szerintem ez a dobozos.
Menjünk a piros felé?
Igen, és ahhoz, amikor kurva
Szerintem ez lesz az.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Kíváncsi vagyok, ha azt mondta, nem, hogy valami az csillagokkal.
Igen.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place,
ha megvárod, akkor lehet kapsz egyet?
I actually feel happy.
Most dob addig, amíg dumál. És egy helyben maradunk, hát hogy történik valami.
Jó. Rendítsük.
Semmi nem történt.
Nem. Viszont nem azt mondta, hogy csillagos kéne szépen.
Nem, azt mondta, hogy dobozok.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Nem baj.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No!
Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy ez a buckettal milyen lehet.
Nem tudok idejönni a buckettal.
Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being
nagyon sokat time skippeltünk videóra.
Igen.
Nem? Amikor Volt gomb, hogy
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
nyomkodhattuk. Mi van? Ott oldalt.
I just wanted us to
Sarokban, a
get
másik
along.
sarokban.
But I guess that was too much to
Nem,
ask.
a másik
It
sarokban.
looks like you wanted to make a choice after
Ja,
all.
csak egy doboz.
Well, this one is yours.
Gyanús ez az ajtó, ugye? Nem?
Igen.
Hol van a Infinite Hall?
Is it over? It's going to
Infinite
restart
Wall,
tomorrow.
igen, annak benne kéne lenni a kettőben.
Igen, azt mondod, hogy benne lesz.
Benne lesz a kettőben, de nincs.
Meg lesz a mézi, amikor kapunk egy trófeát, hogy meghúzzuk izét, azt mondom.
Igen, azt is mondod, azt sem látom.
Igen. Szóval nem tudom, az utolsó idő azt mondod, hogy a sok doboz van?
Igen. Azt mondta.
Ez hol van?
Nem tudom.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Mi?
Mi van?
Szóval ez nem Stanley irodája. Mi ez?
Meeting today. Mi csináljak?
Azt mondja, hogy
Baszki, várj! Melyik volt az?
mi?
Ki segített nekünk? Ó! Aha, input receive, ez a második. Valaki segített nekünk. Nem? Vagy... Mi volt a 410 valahanyas?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Azon kell bemenni?
Ezen kell bemenni, igen. Megnézzük. Large room, lot of boxes.
Lehet a box vagy box?
Box. Lefele nem menjünk.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley and the bucket.
Na. Ez még mindig csak átbaszás, vagy? A vödörrel már valami más.
Ki tudja?
Még mindig csak átbaszás, ugye?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly
Was the
a
bucket
logical
guiding him?
explanation.
Escape-eljünk a buckettel.
Hogy?
Hát ott van a escape arra felé. Megnézzük, hogy akkor mi lesz, hogy a bucketet visszük. Hogy meg tudunk menekülni. Meg amúgy, tudom még mi gyanús nekem?
Mi?
Amikor itt lejövünk, hogy itt mindig vissza lehet menni. Nem.
Talán.
Nézd, látod? Ezt mondom.
Mi?
Vagy már nem. Megnézzük.
Vissza rá.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. Bucket said nothing.
Number 3, okay. Hol nem tudom a number 3-t again?
Itt az ennél, itt a keypadnál.
Hol van number 3?
Keypad, nem? Nem azt mondta?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Most próbálni a liftet.
Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got
Majd
back
még
to
egyszer
the
már
elevator.
háromszor. Egyiket, igen. Itt is 3 van. Ezért akartam mondani, na most próbáld meg a...
Mit? Nem tudom kimenni. Menjünk le megint, aztán megpróbáljuk azt, hogy visszajöjjünk.
Vissza?
Igen, ide.
Miért mondta number 3?
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Vagy ezért már 3-an vannak? Most a Stanley a bucket meg már rátol.
De ez miért lenne jó, hogy 3-as menni?
De hogy azért Stanleynek nagyon jó, hogy 3-an vannak, de a bucketnek nem jó.
Aha.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Igen. Én nem számítottam.
Lesz valami?
Said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet, not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Mondom, egyre jobb ilyen rabbit hole bevisz mindig ez a játék.
Mi van akkor, hogyha a bucket nélkül menjünk vissza? Azt is meg kell nézni.
Igen, és a number 3-t írjuk be?
Aha.
Over and over and over and over.
Here again, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Aztán visszajövünk harmadjára is.
Az igaz. Harmadjára vissza kell jönni.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Nem tudom. Ez egyre rosszabb. Nem?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Most nem mond semmit.
Nem.
Szerintem most már nem lehet. De azért megnézzük, hogy...
Nem tudom, mi volt ez a sokszor 3-as.
Én se.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Látod?
Hol vagyunk?
For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement
A
around it,
3-asról fogunk
developing and
beszélni.
rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything
Stanley,
in his life.
mi van?
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Geci.
Mondom, hogy ez ne rabbit hole az
There was no
játék.
one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the
olyan
space
tipa, hogyha
between
bucketnél
friends.
jövünk, akkor is mondja narrátor, nyomjuk meg a 3-ast.
Yeah.
Having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
És megcsinálják azt, amit te mondtál.
Melyik? Ja, Escape?
Escape. Mármint azt
Escape a vödörrel, no?
Igen, de igen. Escape a vödörrel. Ugye azt akartak, mielőtt elkezdett sunyizni, hogy valamit érzek a 3-as izébe, de előtte nem mondta, sose csak a buckettal mondja. Szóval szerintem... Tetszik, hogy az egész nem számít az, hogy akkor elkezdi rabbit hole-ozni, nem?
Igen.
Ez korát.
Mi?
Korát.
Nem kérek, köszönöm.
Elkezdi rabbit hole-ozni.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Mi?
Talán tévedtem.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
For now, azt mondja.
Nézzük el a gépeket is. Bucket.
Igen, azt hiszem.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Beszarok.
Ja, és most egyetlen bábuk kell, és megszéljük, hogy mi történik. Elméletileg azt jelenti, hogy semmi nem fog történni.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Azért kaptam stickert, mert...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Igen, mert hogy nem
upstairs to the
hagytuk ott.
boss's office.
Igen.
Ja, most sem fogunk a 3-as
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any... The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth.
Mi?
Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep within.
Mi? Még egyszer írjuk be, aztán kész.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Na.
Tetszik az, amikor felmentek, és akkor a 3-as számos azért magyarázta.
Igen. Gondolkozom már sok dobozon, de nem tudok rájönni.
Sok doboz hol volt? Soha sem.
Még ott nem is voltam.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
For each of them.
Hol van ez? Mi itt? Semmit. Itt megyünk a ezen keresztül, az ilyen... Mindjárt beugrunk, ami... Na ez.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Bucket! Bucket!
Igen, itt a bucketnek hal. Complete.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
If you had no bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Infinite hall.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and input if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Viszont láttad észét? Ott volt egy Infinite Loop.
Igen, de ott voltam. Nem tudtam le.
Ja, tehát csak előre tudtál menni?
Aha.
Semmi más nem tudtad csinálni?
Nem.
Ó. Azt hittem, hogy választásra, hogy felveszed a bucketet, vagy ugrasz egyet és Infinite.
Hát de ott, tehát, hogy ott voltam a...
Azt ki lehet, hogy nem buckettal jössz, akkor itt az Infinite Loop.
Lehet, amúgy.
lehetőséged van.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mit tudunk megcsinálni izével? A buckettel azt az izés feladatot, nem? Hát tud segíteni, amikor a bombák vannak.
Megnézzük?
Szerintem
A good
megnézhetjük.
bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Azt nem tudom, tudunk csinálni izét, nem?
Még izét nem néztük meg.
Hol van az a dobozos hely?
Még le kéne menni.
Hova?
Hát ott, ahol mérges volt.
Ahol mérges
Stanley,
volt?
we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining... Coming to a staircase,
Amikor
Stanley and the
elfelejtettem, mit
bucket
kell
walked
csinálni,
upstairs
és
to
oda
the
se tudunk menni a buckettel.
Ja, akkor megcsináltuk a szabadulósat,
Stepping into
már
the
tudod,
manager's office,
ahol
Stanley was
aktivál,
once again
ahol
stunned to
deaktiválni kell
discover not
tudtuk.
an indication of any... The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
Jó, a
logical
kettő,
explanation.
de ekkora nagy izé van a bucketnek. Nem?
Igen, nagyon jó. Elképesztő volt.
Elképesztő jó. Tetszik ez a bucketes valami?
Nekem is tetszik, és tényleg csak egy adtak hozzá, egy bucket.
Igen. Mire vagyok, akkor minden egy bucket, és tényleg minden egy bucket volt. Everything is a bucket.
Igen?
Nem tudom.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mi van? Meg az is lehet, hogy még kihúzzuk a telefont, amíg ott van nálunk a bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facilities influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Yeah.
At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Birds. Tom.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. this wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Más volt ízével a buckettel.
Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this
Metal genius.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Jó, ez is hogy ilyen szili izéket, szili madarakat néznek, nem?
Igen. Húzzuk ki a telefont a vödörre.
Igen?
Megnézhetjük, szerintem lehet, hogy ez is elvezet valahova.
Jó, rendben. Meg megnézhetjük majd a dobozos helyet.
Hát ez hol van? Hát
Jó, vagy nem befolyásolja? Ezért nem azt mondtad, hogy a dobozos helyre nem mehetünk a vödörre?
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Fura nekem az, hogy a bucketor nem bucketornál tudod.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered
Nem, hogy ott volt
companionship that
valaki.
stands the test of time.
igen.
Ott állt valaki.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Bucket.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good.
Na, megért az
Now
játékban
ride the lift all the way to
őszintén.
the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this
Itt
bucket
van a
was
sok
stopped.
doboz.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets
Itt a
can't
sok
talk.
doboz.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
Me?
fact.
Ott a
He was
kollektívből.
fully convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
What you
and he
doing?
unthinkingly did whatever the
Ott
bucket asked.
leugrunk oda.
Nem tudom. Ja?
De ott nyitva van.
Jó, de hát hogy? Mész le.
Ott nincs izé.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Azt egy tényleg itt vagyok. De ott van minden.
De ott nincs izé.
Alatta nincsen.
Várjál. Ott nincsen izé? Ott nincsen kerítés. Az baj, hogy már nem tudunk
Now pick
ugrani.
up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Nem?
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is
Comedic
timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
Kemény, nem?
Igen. Meg a bucket-et is a második vannak.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Mi a fasz ez?
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two-door and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Máshogy fog poénkodni?
Most mehetünk vissza. Ez az, amikor már nem enged minket el.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call... Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it
out.
Ne hazudjak.
Nem tudom, hogy szerezik meg ezt a cuccot. Szerintem azt tudni kéne ugrani.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Hát akkor tudjuk, mit kell csinálni, nem?
What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten the phone room comes immediately after the two-door room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think...
Me?
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Comedic timing.
Igen.
Tényleg?
Elmegy is visszajön.
Ki fogja mondani?
Hogy?
Timing, vagy valami. És nem érted, hogy mi van. Ezek szopat.
Igen, comedic timing. Lezárta. Hát ez nem vicces. És pár óra múlva visszajön egy timing. Nem? Visszajön pár óra múlva egy timing. Hú, de megverném, nem tudom. Eltűnt a bucketre egy matrica?
Igen, tényleg.
De miért?
Nem tudom.
Mert ez már nem az a bucket.
Igen.
De volt az egy bucket matrica.
Igen, tényleg volt.
Most már csak az, hogy Stanley tulajdona. Volt egy sárga bucketes matrica is. Hol se?
Én nyitogatom, hogy én nem tudom.
Ezt hittem. Ez a cseresznye nem jön vissza, ez olyan, mint amikor Luke-nál akartad hagyni. Bucket-el nem tud betörni izét?
Hát itt maradtunk.
Szerintem vissza fog jönni.
Kezdjük az elejére, szerintem.
Nem. Hagyj itt, mert a comedy timing volt. Szerintem vissza fog jönni, mindjárt jövök. Mit mondott? Hány perc?
Nem mondta.
De ott volt egy hány perc comedy izé.
Ja, nem tudom, valami 90 másodperc.
Szerintem visszajön.
Nem. Szerintem az elejéről kéne tolni.
Azt mondod? De már legelején a játék?
Nem. Csak újra.
Ja. Szerintem viccelőtt volna, csak ott magyarázt, hogy hány perc, hogy hány perc a komedik izé, nem? De sok, de azt mondtam, ami... De a kurva sok lett volna. Ott magyarázt, hogy 90 perc. Nem? Szívem.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Ott van már a tűzé. De az előbb már nem volt rajta a bucketos matrica. Ugye, hogy nem volt rajta?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Várjál. Szóval most van az első, hogy innen, ha leugrunk, akkor oda is be tudunk menni.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly, Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Viszont...
Lejjebb vagyunk, igen.
Igen. Menj, ott, vagy fordulj meg.
Igen.
Hát vagy két választásunk van. Vagy lemegyünk ide és megnézzük a lenti dolgokat, vagy ide bemegyünk.
Nem tudom.
Mit gondolsz? Menjünk be. Érdekes. Nem?
Igen.
Megvan a figura is. Szerintem eddig ezt nem lehetett. Hol vagyunk? Itt nem beszél. Sok VHS?
Kazetta. Nem VHS, hanem zenekazetta.
Ja, csak hiszi.
Okay.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. Sheer euphoria I feel
Az a baj, hogy
every
bucket-tel
time
jöttünk ide, a
I
bucket
pick it
nélkül,
up.
arra is kíváncsi vagyok.
No matter how many times
Nem.
I've done it, it's
Az a baj, hogy a
always
bucket nagyon jó, de
the
hogyha minden
same
bucket-tel csináljuk,
feeling.
akkor bucketos dolgokat kapunk.
And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Nem, bucketes.
Why everything
Evidence,
feels
252-es. Olyan vagy 252. nap?
Nem,
What do I
evidence.
do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
Ah.
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Ah.
Even
Ne.
now, I don't know.
Azt nézzük, hogy csodálatos vödröt, hogy tudná.
Who's there?
Ez mi volt? Mi? Mi? Mégis van valami a bucket-tel? Mármint, hogy itt mondod, hogy vizét. Ez a... nem rabbit, a bucket hole.
Bucket hole.
Hát jó, ez nagyon sok...
Nem, meg lehetünk oda bújni.
Szerintem igen. Bucket nélkül menjünk?
Aha, aha.
Jó. Most a bucket marad. Hát amennyire szeretem a
Stanley, I'm
bucketot.
sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those fiddlers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most
Viszont lehet, hogy elvasztó.
Mert?
Hát már összegyűjtöttük a figurint, és nem rakod a platformon.
Én sem
Yes, I
gondoltam.
know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay.
Itt volt, amikor már nagyon izé van. Stanley find a figurine. Bocs. The Stanley Parable.
Hol vannak a figurikák?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible.
Yes.
Back then we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
What's my one? Heat. Yeah.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Csak úgy mentél a főnök. Egyszerűen 8. Mi történik itt most?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Boss office? Tényleg?
Igen.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next?
Ott is lesz egy... Let's see,
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Felvetjük? Persze. Meg eleve már 10, de közben csak 60. Jaj, ne.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
De ez ilyen Windows Media Player.
Oda megyünk és akkor ott lesz, hogy bementünk. What's that in there?
Istenem!
Isten, hashtag ne, ez olyan, mint amikor ilyen nagyon régen ilyen videójátékokat, ilyen PS2-es izéket mutatnak, hogy ide bementél, tudod, még régen.
Igen, ez Windows Media, abszolút.
Igen, amikor még ilyen PS2-es izéket, hogy például a Vice City-ben volt, tehát az easter egg-eket,
Igen.
Ennyi kredit, na látod, kész? Ez volt én, szerintem.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Mi is volt? Kikajtós? Hát ez igaz a játék.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
You are in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've brought up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
This for...
Igen.
Szerintem ez volt a figurák
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
Ezt azért csinálja, hogy látod, figurák, nem? Ennyire jó neked, akkor itt vannak.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinctly clear in my mind.
Miért csinálja ezt tőlünk? Ezt azért csinálja, mert látod, ennyire jó neked? A figuragyűjtés, akkor itt van, szopjál vele, vagy mi?
Igen, de úgy tényleg csinálják, hogyha van valami remake, vagy valamit, tudod, akkor mindig beraknak, hogy collectible-t, hogy most már lehet ezt gyűjteni.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video?
Újra ne, ugye...
Yes, I love that video.
Ezt meg már láttam, de hiszem el.
Ez meg játék. Ez kurva jó játék, azt tanítani. Olyan szinten insane, nem? Ilyen, nem tudom. Nem, megvasz az agyamot.
These really were a treat.
Neked tetszik?
You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Következő, és érted, hogy vissza is megyünk, és megnézzük az összes, minden. Ez akkor lenne még jó, mi vágjuk angolul, de még akkor lenne jó, hogyha lenne magyarul is, szerintem.
Ja, persze.
Mármint, hogyha magyar szinkronnal simán le. De mondjuk kell akkor olyan szinkront találni, aki ennyire hozza, biztos tudnának amúgy.
Ezért szinkronsorok megcsinálnának.
Mert itt tényleg fontos szerintem. Szerintem itt tényleg fontos a narrátor, tehát konkrétan az az, ami az egésznek a mozgatója.
Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What még?
Találtuk a collectible-eket. Oh.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Nagyon rossz, hogy nem tudom maugálni.
Oh yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
Vágod, hogy nincs azt mondta, hogy most még.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with, a character named Stanley.
Az egész nagyon arról szól, hogy azért ma azt mondtásom bizonságot. Amúgy a narrátor mindvégig Stanley? Szerintem.
De ő... Narrátor az a játék is, szóval
to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Most mi? Most részt szereszik az összeset, ez játék vége lesz, vagy mi?
Nem hiszem, hogy
Nem, ez
van
biztos,
olyan, hogy
hogy-
vége, mert az end is never the end. Szóval kétlem az, hogy tényleg visszavonulna.
De hát csak van egy ilyen véges opció, amikor már mindent csináltál. Szerintem. Azt mondtál, hogy még, emlékszel?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total
Mit is
separation was
akartunk megcsinálni?
terrifying to him.
Megnézni, hogy mi van akkor, hogyha ott leugrunk.
Igen, ugye azt akartunk már visszafel. Hát vagy hogyha
Stanley came to a set of
bemegyünk
two
vízébe,
open
akkor
doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
mit fog
and
mondani
Stanley
a
knew it perfectly
kazetta,
well.
nem?
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Majd azt is meg kell nézni, nem?
It was okay.
Mi?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Mondta?
Hát én majd meg kell nézni, hogy a bucket nélkül mit mond a vizé.
Stanley was so bad at
Kazetta.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Ja. Meg utána oda le is ugorhat, nem?
Ja, 5 years ago.
Szerintem Stanley megül, és az ő izé jön neki?
Nem tudom.
Stanley ide
Nem
szokott
nehéz.
bemászni, és bolondkodik?
Stanley had not gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the
De közben van, ahol meg azt
intricate
mondja.
storytelling. It must be
Szóval-
so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights.
Mi?
How
Hát
much more
elég
exciting you must
Oh,
find the
alright.
world than the rest of us do.
Ó.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Geci.
Igen.
Ez jó, ez jó.
Meg most ízébb is leugorhatnánk, vödörnék oda lentre.
Le tudunk szerinted?
Próbáljunk meg. Ha nem, akkor
Ha le
maximum
tudunk ugrani, az jó, akkor meg tudjuk nézni a
sárga
sárga
utat.
izét.
Igen. De nem most sem mutatja a sárga utat. Csak egyszer mutatta a sárga utat, de akkor nem ugrottunk le.
Egyszer mutatta, de azért már akkor pont ilyen confusion
All of his
volt.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
És azért nem vigyük a vizét már. Csak akkor megint a bucketes véget. Mondta, izén is van valami, hogy a bucket az tényleg
two
valaki.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Szóval szerintem, ha innen ugrunk valamerre, nem is tudom, talán... Várjál, ne...
In his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley left from the
Ilyen
platform
platformra
and
ugorjunk,
vanished to
mármint
his
a...
death. Good job, Stanley.
Nem tudom.
Everyone
Mármint
thought you
izére,
were
nem tudunk, ilyen dobozokra műt, vagy nem a földre, hanem izére nem tudunk reugrani? Vagy mindjárt meglátod.
Hát, szerintem nem, ahogy nem direkt ugrottam le. De szerintem nem.
Várjál, mindjárt megnézzük. Ezért. Ha nem, akkor utána mehetünk másmerre, de egy ötletem. Nézzük meg megint.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Ja. És mindig más van amúgy? Nem mindig.
Nem
Ritkán
mindig,
néha.
nem
Came
ritkán.
to a set of two open. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
Jó,
employee
nekem
lounge
nagyon
first.
a vödör azon megdobta, azt tényleg,
It was okay.
tényleg megdobta,
Nem
nem?
gondoltam, hogy ennyi kontentet beraknak a vödörrel.
Back to business.
Igen.
Stanley
De
took
hogy
the
nevetett,
first
mikor
open door
felvettük a
of his
vödröt?
lab.
Igen?
Nem emlékszel, akkor először felvettük, hogy ha-ha!
Igen.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
Na,
incredible he
szóval.
wasn't 5 years ago.
A lényeg az, most ide ugrasz.
Igen.
Aztán ide.
Ez olyan.
Igen, mész. Így. Várjál, ne oda. Olyan helyre kéne menni, ahol talán izére rá tudsz ugrani valami olyan dobozokra, platformra, vagy valami. Érted, amit mondok?
Értem.
Hogy izére kéne leugrani.
Itt?
Valami izére kéne a tartóztatni.
Vagy a dobozokra, oda.
Dobozokra, talán.
Megpróbáltam, de szerintem még előtte meghal.
But his eagerness
Látod?
to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Nem tudom
Good
azt.
job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you
De
are
egyszer volt sárga út, hogy tudnunk hol jutni.
Nem tudom.
Úgyhogy egyszer volt.
Igen.
És akkor kéne talán jutni?
Hát jó, igen, lehet. Nem tudom. Viszont szerintem lehet, hogy ennyi elég volt. Már elfáradtam.
Tudom, meg így valamit megnézhetnénk, de ezek nem tudom.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Valaki követ.
Mi faszról beszél?
Azt mondja, hogy valaki követ.
Hallottam.
Vagy direkt akarják valami tenni? Előbb van. De Iszében már volt.
Van egy ötletem.
Na.
Vigyük el a bucket
We're so
közé.
lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Nézd magad mögé.
Mi?
Nézd magad. Aha.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to
Nézd
the
magad
meeting.
mögé. Azt mondta,
Stanley
hogy
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind.
magad mögött nincs
The
semmi.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Na nézzük.
Kíváncsi vagyok, a bucket nélkül megyünk, akkor mit akart volna elérni? Jött volna valaki hátunk mögött előbb-utóbb? Mert azt mondja, hogy
Nem
valaki követ,
hiszem.
de hogy egyszer volt ott, a bucketes időn ott volt valaki.
Igen, akkor ott volt valaki.
Igen, meg most egyből azzal kezdte, hogy valaki követi.
Good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
What's
This
wrong?
bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic
Much better.
characters from the first game, like
Much
the
better
Adventure
invented.
Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Oké.
Menjünk. Arra.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Jaj, ne, megint ezt a színűzőket tetszett. Lent leszünk?
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Ja.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Mi?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Geci!
Robbant. Most mi lesz? Meghalta, Bucket Destroyer.
Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Elborult, a bucket, vödör pusztító meghalt.
Ezt tudtam, hogy itt lesz valami.
Ezt kell, dob be a vedröt, dob be. Viszont kíváncsi vagyok, hogy mi van azzal a követős cuccal. Az érdekelne, mert most...
Szerintem kamu.
Azt mondta, hogy nézek, hogy hátulői nézel, meg bezárt ízé.
Nem azt akarsz, ezt szopatni akarsz, szerintem.
Azt mondod?
Biztos vagyok benne.
De a ízére már ott volt valaki. Már most mit mond? Ha kijössz. Most nem ezt mondja.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nézzük. Most nem mondja, de ízére mondta. Nem?
Igen.
Ízére mondta, hogy nézz a hátad mögé, meg ilyenek.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered
Hol is volt
this was
a
not the
sárga
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Megpróbálok leugrani. Megpróbálok
But
leugrani.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Majd, hogyha
And
végigcsináltuk
so he
a
detoured through
confusing
the maintenance
endinget.
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Megnézzük, hogy működik-e. Ha nem, akkor újsabba hagyjuk most, mert majd holnap folytatjuk, megnézzük, hát utána még valami endinget.
Ez biztos folytatjuk.
Ja, de hogyha most ez megvan, akkor utána mi lesz?
He wanted to wander about and get even further off.
Nem?
So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Ja, akkor itt azért volt a sárga, mert nem volt a bucket.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Right, ez is be...
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, hold on for a minute, please.
Szóval nézzük ezért is, hogy már játszó sztoriparabolra, csak nem tudom, hogy...
Hol a... Skip-aton. Hol a lyuk.
Absolutely, definitely this way.
De...
Mi?
Mi? Hogy lehet, hogy Bucket miatt nincs.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time...
Ahogy azt mondja, hogy spoiler, de van akkor, hogyha mindegyik opció, mindegyik egy opció. És mindegyik az te vagy, mindegyik dolgozó, és mindegyik egy lehetőség, amiket mutatnak.
Kéne, hogy hattál
nem, de mondjuk jó, nyilván van, ami mondjuk ugyanaz, hogy... Nem van beparáztatni, hogy valaki követ. Igen.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over. Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then, it's an adventure. Come, Stanley, let's find the story.
Szóval nekem nagyon vicces az a játék, basszus.
Igen.
Tényleg valamikor így csak mész, csinálod, amit előbb, nem próbáltam ki, hogy semmi, valamint kurva egy rabbit hole-be elvisz valamit. Nem? Értem, hogy miért szerették annyira. Megérte várni ennyit erre a játékra. Hány éve várunk rá?
Igen.
4 éve?
Ja, igen.
Hát amikor még volt, hogy bejelentették, hogy everyone knows what you did, they're just hiding back to let...
to torture you.
Érdekes, hogy néha csak vannak ilyen random dolgok, amiket nem?
Igen.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ilyenkor nincs. Nem megzavarna a játékot, hogy most bekötözni.
Igen. Szerintem is.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Stanley megölt mindenkit, azon utas senkit, nem?
Igen.
És amíg nem jönnek ki érte, addig itt kavarog az irodában.
Meg azt is meg kell nézni, miért van az néha, hogy ilyen kék szobába kezd. Nem?
Kék szobába.
Igen, ilyesmi kék szobába.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off.
Nagyon ügyes időt találták neki. Úgy nem tudom, hogy olyan szinkronszínes vagy az, aki eleve csinálta a játékot, hogy így megcsinálja, és így szóval, ő írja meg a szöveget, meg mindent, meg az egész kiziszt, ki egy szinkronszínes vagy ő mondja föl.
Profi szinkronszínésznek tudom.
Vagy nem lehet, hogy ez aki csinálja, csak hogy annyira tudja, hogy mit akar elvárni.
Elképzelhető, egyik se lehetetlen, de én úgy
például a Senua Hellblade, vagy nem tudom, ott a csaj meg az csak a motion izé miatt. Hát most annyira jól csinálta.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
És volt még?
No, I'm done. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Nem muszáj line felé menni.
megírnék, hogy téged csak egy random dobna be valakit a hátad mögé.
Hát attól én is.
Szerintem meg fogja tenni a szemét, mert egyszerűen figyelmeztetett, hogy valaki...
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah. Egészítőző. Nem?
Igen.
Ez visszamegy.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Lehet, hogy sokszor
Make
csinálni ezt
sure.
akkor.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story is... Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Well, I can't take this
Láttad, hogy pár izénél fel volt villam a piros fény? Pár számnál?
Nem.
Piros pontok ott voltak már.
Ja, megtalálni a 104-eset, vagy valami hasonló.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitors. Just don't acknowledge it. It'll be fine.
Bucket-es izék nem viccesek voltak szerintem. Fölmenni, nem tudok fölmenni.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere there must be a reverse
Hát a scriptben milyen most a Confusing Ending-nél, és megnézzük hát, hogyha rájövünk, hogy jutunk le, vagy valami.
Corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The Confusion Ending.
Not
fifth start. Not elfelejti, igen. Say after the praise story, but it's prevented.
That's really how all this goes?
Unable to go anywhere or do anything.
In the line
So now
again.
The game
according to the
rests
schedule,
on
I
its
restart
own.
again. Then what?
Being filed
Am I
with
just supposed to
lines,
forget?
identical
Oh, what if I
replica
don't
of
want to
the
forget?
office that has
My mind
begun
goes
a
blank simply because it's
letter
written here on this
you.
this thing wall.
Asking to
Well,
make up a story
you consulted
here.
me. Why don't I get to
The
decide?
reactor game
Why
again,
don't
there
I
is
get
no
a
longer
say in
out
all
of
of this?
office.
Is it really?
Simply
No,
backspace,
it can't be.
controlling the
I don't want it
blackness.
to be. I don't
Wandering
want the
in the
game to keep
blackness.
restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want
Most
to be
kéne
trapped like
nekünk
this.
az lenne
I
most, hogy
won't
narrator
restart the
elfelejti,
game. I
utána a
won't
story
do
attempt
it.
to
I
play
won't
the
do
story,
it.
but
I
it's
won't
prevented.
do it.
Unable to do anywhere, anything, the game restarts its own.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Prevented.
Whatever it is that made this schedule?
Menjünk a izé felé szerinted?
Melyik felé?
Hát a normál felé ezután?
Hogy kell? De ezt mit tud csinálni?
Mi?
Okay.
Akkor mit tudnak csinálni?
Hát nem, azt írja, hogy úgy játszik, hogy ez meg van
I
tervezve.
suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't
Stanley
you
attempts to
agree?
play the story, but
Quite
it's
sure if we're in the
prevented.
destination
Tehát,
or
hogy
the journey. Though they're always saying that life is
unable
about
to go and
the
do
journey
anything.
and
The
not
game
the
restarts its
destination.
own.
So I hope that's where we are
Na
right
most
now.
tartunk itt.
We'll find out, won't we?
Jó, próbálj meg az izé felé menni, a normál felé, tehát ugye kifelé
Jó.
menet. Próbálj meg arra menni először.
Jó.
Szerintem, hát hogy akkor történik valami. Ha nem, akkor kilépünk úgyis. Szerintem a buckettel már mindent megcsináltunk.
Biztos, biztos.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Ahhoz, hogy van így, hogy nem Stanley's office-a.
De hogy néha még nem tudok visszamenni.
Amikor követtek, akkor se tudtál visszamenni.
Igen.
De milyenkor kell megfigyelni a fikuszt?
Hát nem láttam olyan fikuszt.
Mármint tudod azt, amit...
Tudom, de ez hol van? Akkor, hogyha követjük a srágot.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Reboot the
boss's
game
office,
entirely.
hoping he might find an answer there.
Most megint ilyen lett. Jaj, ne lezárt ez miatt.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues. That Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Azért csináltam, hogy siettél.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Akkor a szemét, nem?
Igen.
Egy kis zene azért, mert úgy gyorsan mondtad.
Hát eddig nem úgy tűnik, hogy ne tudtam volna bármit is csinálni. Eddig minden úgy megy, hogy kellett. Szóval...
Tudom.
És...
Nem tudom, hogy kapsz ezért bármi.
Sárga izét sem adtam.
Hát azt akkor tudod, hogy megcsinálod ezért, és utána... Ezt nem tudom sose, hogy mi ez a pattanás.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Nem a vödörre
What
jöttünk, és
horrible
kiderült, hogy ilyen
secret did
madár,
this place hold?
bőrles.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant
Tudod, párnál ott van ilyen piros néha. Te is látod? Nem most, de hát tudod, néha ilyen piros
Had Stanley really been under someone's control?
Red, látod?
Was this the only reason he was happy
Nézd?
with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Mi?
Nem tudom.
Az, ami oda volt írva Red?
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
Én arra láttam, amikor a számot ott ki volt írva, nem szám volt írva, az, hogy Red.
Wasn't it? Was it even
Az volt
possible?
írva, hogy Red.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Ezért valami kék.
Hm?
Hát ez így nem
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
Ez is vezet valahova.
Ez a vége, az első vége. Akkor azt még így kell. Akkor tényleg az volt jó a sárga cucc.
Mármint, hogy oda kellett volna menni izébe? Sárga utat követni?
Blackness. And a rising chill
Maga
of
Blackness is mondja, hogy legyen egyszerűen annál az izénél, hogy Blacknessnek kell lennie, meg izének, vigye végig a sztorit. Nem? Nem az, hogy ezeket is számolja? Hozzá?
Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Gondolkozom, hogy ezeket azt magyarázza, hogy nem Stanley, szerintem több izén lehet elindulni, mert az egyik, ott is vannak, amikor ki vannak írva annál a kaotikus izénre, hogy igen. Nem Stanley irodája, és ott is van, amikor egyszer mondja, hogy ez olyan, mint ugye nem Stanley irodája lenne. Aztán ott van az, amikor magyarázza azt, hogy a sárga izét, és akkor is lehet követni. Meg van itt is, amikor azt mondja, hogy a végig izét, meg hasonló. Ez a... Nincs semmi ilyenkor? Mit mond?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
De most nem azt mondja, hogy nem Stanley irodája, most nem mondja.
Most nem mondja.
Most nem mondja. Jó.
Jó.
Hát figyelj, szerintem holnap folytathatjuk.
Ja, úgy tudom, hogy
Igen, mert most úgysem mondod semmi olyat, amit eddig szokott mondani.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to it. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Itt mentünk már a jó ízé felé?
Ott teljesen alap?
Igen.
Hát szóval akkor meeting roomba kerülünk.
Jó, csak ezek kérdeztem, hogy buckettel sosem mentünk még arra.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Ne.
How deeply touching.
Sí, én itt haltak meg a buckettal. Igen, ez... Gondolom, de akkor buckettal se lehet lemenni. Hát nem. Így van. Buckettal se lehet lemenni. Itt tekilóta. Mert buckettal se lemenni. Nem tudom, egyetlen egyszer láttam ezért. Egyetlen egyszer. Amúgy időt mutat.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
simply get well.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Úgyse mondja ízét, hogy valami fura lenne. Hogy ez nem, vagy azt mondja néha, hogy nem Stanley irodája, vagy egyetlen egyszer mondta azt, hogy valaki követi. Nem?
Igen.
Meg mit csak még mondani, mert furcsa.
When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door
Meg
on his left.
Meg ez olyan őrületlen alapuló játék, ugyanazokat csináljuk, de más velünk, és tényleg más is lesz. Nem? Mármint, hogy... Érted?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nézd fel! Ó, jó.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Ez nem volt semmi, nem volt semmi. Mi van akkor, hogy kurva sokszor csinál ezt már? Mert most is már mondta, hogy bá.
Igen. Tehát hogy az is hatásos, hogy háromszor csinálsz valami.
Igen, ezért... Lehet, hogy azért mondja, hogy ez 3, az...
De úgy nézted, tényleg lesz valami, hogyha 4 órán keresztül megületi meghajlamóba.
Igen?
Aha.
Mi csinálsz?
Visszamegyek. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Igen. Szerintem azt nem tudom sem erre sem menni. Hát ez a... Szerintem ez az, hogy visszamegyünk.
Igen.
És ott sem fog történni semmi.
Aha.
De akkor sem történik, hogy ott van velünk a bucket.
Viszont amúgy annak mindent észítem, aki 4 óráig végezte a bást.
It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is.
Biztos?
What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my
reagál a játékra? Ez mi?
Kiállott.
Tényleg magadnak, hogyha látnánk azokat a számokat, nem? Amit...
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Megint föl kell menni. Bírom, hogy én szeretem estére ugyanazt, hogy...
Felbasztani őket.
Igen, de akkor föl... Meg és szerintem ezeket meg lehet csinálni. Ezek is izé, amikor a narrátor reagál a játékodra, nem?
Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Mi? Spooky corridor?
Hát, hogy menjünk erre, ugye?
De menjünk vissza.
De nem.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Hát tudod, hogy már harmadjára vagy negyedjére megyünk fel, akkor biztos, hogy nem a boss office lesz.
Szerintem sem.
Oh my god.
No.
It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Ezt azért csinálom, hogyha te csinálod, akkor ugyan van játék, akkor megszapad. Én múltkor a vicces üzennél. Menni fogtál.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Ezt azért csinálja, mert sokszor jöttünk fel és le.
Igen.
Jó, értem.
Szopat a játék.
Mert mi is szopattuk a játékot, megértem.
Ez nem tudom, gödrös.
Igen, de a gödrös az nagyon jó volt, de szerintem. Nagyon érdekes volt.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Nem tudom, melyek őszülni.
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Nem tudom, merjünk visszamenni?
Persze.
Félek.
De úgyis tudja, hogy vissza fog menni.
Igen?
Persze, figyelj meg a hangjában.
Fogja csinálni, szerintem. Nem mond semmi.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nem mond semmit. Lehet, hogy már meg vagyunk, hogy ezt akarsz, ezt a szünetes izet nem fel.
Igen.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, The agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things
Ezért
get
akartam
started.
mondani, de ezek is számítanak, nem? Hogy reagáljon a játékodra. Mert ez konkrétan reagálásra lelassítja, igen.
Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you,
most menjünk a konferenciára, mint izénél?
This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Igen, de kíváncsi vagyok, hogy miben lesz más, mint a vödös.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Story, meg ilyenek.
Ez másabb, mint a...
Másabb, igen, az csak 3 volt. Dude, who came out with pizza?
Eljöttek! Most tényleg vannak itt.
Igen.
Na, most el sikerült.
Igen.
Nem olyan beszélét, és tényleg csak föl kellett menni a lifttel. Storytelling, minden. Csak idegesítően lassan, föl kellett menni, és lassan ment. De az egy-két izére, hogy is mondjam, kell idegdet, igen. Például a babásot nem tudnám megcsinálni. Abban nem tudod abba hagyni játékot.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bírtam, Bucketnál, akkor 3-3-3 volt.
Igen.
De így jó volt, és így eljöttek. Amikor Bucket volt, akkor nem jöttek el. Senki nem jött el.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Azt, amikor ott van lent a cucc.
Utána is van lent.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Jó, ez kurva jó volt. Kíváncsi vagyok, holnap még ütünk ebbe kihozni. Biztos, hogy tudunk.
Szerintem már nem olyan sokat.
Hát de biztos van még, amit ki tudunk hozni. Se ezt a lukat nem találtak meg, vagy ilyeneket. Szerintem nagyon sokat kell szütyögni, meg fura, hogy néha azt mondja, szerintem itt sokszor kell menni, nagyon sokszor. Valamikor repeat, nem valamikor teljesen más mond, például.
A lufik azok vannak, a vödör van, a collectible-ök vannak, merchandise, meg ilyenek nem.
Miért akartam mondani, hogy nem is tudom, hogy mit kéne csinálni. Rájövünk amúgy szerintem. Teljesen rájövünk majd. Biztos, hogy van, amikor egy valamit sokszor kell megcsinálni majd.
Lehet.
Hogy valami, mint nézd meg a liftesnél például, hogy kaptunk ott is